there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form, 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Tonight, championship season arrives on the Virtual Diplomacy League. I watch someone stab an ally. Katie watches someone stab a different ally. Johnny watches someone get stabbed by all of their allies. And Ed discovers that calculating the Virtual Diplomacy League top 7 requires maths they haven't used since their college finals. Tonight, we have a stacked broadcast. We've got lots and lots of Virtual Diplomacy games, and we're going to be featuring 2 games from the Tour of Britain. It is that time of year, one of my favorite times, and I am glad that all of you are here with us tonight. On the broadcast, we are going to welcome Katie Gray. Katie, welcome.
Thanks, Brian.
And Ed Sullivan. Ed, how are you doing?
14-3 Georgia. Not so well, Brian.
There's still time. And Johnny, welcome. And we have a fantastic show, and I want to especially thank each of you for being here, joining us, whatever time of day, wherever you are in the world. It's one of the great things about virtual diplomacy is it's something that we can all enjoy together across the globe. And a special shout out to Dip Chat. Dip Chat is one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to seeing and hearing from everyone who's able. And if you miss out on Dip Chat, that's fine too. You can post in the comments, let us know what we missed, or just do what Katie says and stay up late, cancel your plans, and join this wonderful community. Thank y'all, analysts, Katie, Johnny, Ed, for being here. Anything anybody wants to get off their chest, tell the world before we start.
Go Georgia.
All right. Okay, well, with that, since we've got so many games, we are going to go ahead and get right to
no 30 minutes of what's on the calendar.
Not
the miracle.
What am I going to do?
We have all of our analysts here on time, and we've got a lot of games to go through. So we'll go ahead and bring that up. While I am pulling these games up, anybody want to kind of walk through? We've got 2 match days left, including this one, in the Virtual Diplomacy League. What is it like to be at this point in the season? Help us get in the shoes and the mindset of what our players may be feeling tonight.
Okay, I'll start. The league is a different animal than normal tournament play. There's 2 games going on. It's the game of the people on the bubble trying to get in as much as possible and going for it. And then there's the game of jockeying for friends and colleagues to either make the top board or to help their seeding within the top board, which can make for some unusual play. And that's what I expect to see. December's even worse in the terms of just like, hey, what happened? I don't get it. I don't understand it. But you have to look at it like it's a league. And so the unfortunate part about this is typically it's bad in a sense for the brand new player. Like someone who just wanted to dip their toe and come into league play in November is sort of subject to a whole season's worth of storylines that they haven't dealt with before.
Yeah, that's true, but it's also still a great way to dip your toe in, depending on what you're playing for. Like,
Low
if you're,
expectations, right?
yeah,
Just learn the game. Yes,
yeah,
correct.
absolutely. So I was just notified that I need to change some settings on my browser, which is going to require
You
me to
do that,
restart.
Johnny,
So
Katie.
I will be right back.
Talk about all this.
Go for it, Katie. All your
I
insights.
have been slacking in my virtual play, and I haven't played in one of the leagues since I think like early COVID times when they just started. But I have a lot of experience with tournaments, and I think Ed's right that it's probably more intense than your typical tournament, but you're still going to get a similar sort of like last round vibe, like Ed was saying, where you're not necessarily just playing for your highest score. You've got tournament motivations or league tournament motivations. Like, yeah, can I get my ally there with me? You don't want to stab somebody who might get there anyway, and then they come into the top board with a target on your back. That being said, I also haven't done a good job of keeping up with these leagues, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know who is in contention. I will be looking at these very blind.
Such a slacker. I know every single person all the way down, first place to 20th. I could rattle them off right now. I'm not going to, but I promise I could. I promise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I do think there are a couple of differences between what's happening tonight and, like, for example, the third round of an in-person, or the fourth round, the last round of an in-person tournament. One is that I know just from like being a mod on the server that there were like 7 or 8 games today in VDL or this weekend, which is a lot more than normal. So somehow a bunch of new people showed up.
Great.
Which is fantastic. It's going to make this night very long for us, but it also means that there are a lot of players who either are new or have not been really playing all season. So maybe we're going to see a lot of competitive players and see a bunch of solo runs or like outside the box, like swing for the fences type stuff, or there are a bunch of new players and we're going to see some really unconventional, interesting new player stuff, which is, either way, I'm excited about that. It's more exciting than just seeing people like doing really contrived endings where like you and your ally can both get onto the top board. The other thing that's strange is that it's only November, right? So even if you can't do the math and figure out exactly how many points you need, unlike in that last round of a tournament where you can really do contrived stuff. Here there's still a little bit of, it all depends on what happens next month, right? So people really do still have an incentive to play their best game and get their best result.
Well, I, for one, cannot wait. I'm also looking forward to our Tour of Britain games we'll be covering. But let's take a quick look at some of the names we probably do know, for those of you who are following this season at least. This is a look at our top 10 players for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. DBNI is a year-long points competition where you basically win points by scoring well at events across the diplomacy events across the globe. And at the end of the season, the top 28 players are given a invitation to participate in what I feel like is one of the premier competitive events for the diplomacy hobby. So we've got Micah Blom is probably the big name here, coming in at number 1 or number 2, tied for first, and really, really on top of the world right now in my mind. One of the best players. Ed, you are laughing and smiling. What do you? What's going through your mind right now?
Micah is a big name. I'm not taking a thing away from Micah, but there is Peter McNamara on the list. All right, like I mean, like
Who's that?
And I will tell you a funny story about Peter. I was driving him to and from the airport from Carnegie in Vermont to Boston, and we ran out of things to say to each other. So I was like, Peter, what do you want to do? And he's like, can you put on a league night? And so I put on a league night in the car, and he watched this like my grandfather used to watch sports. He was yelling. He was like, oh, that was the wrong move. You should have done this. And like, I don't know if he's playing tonight, but that guy's into it. So like, he cares. So I'm going to say a word of kindness for Peter. I think he's a big name too, bro.
Yeah, Peter's probably the biggest names. Some would argue, having won the DBN Invitational twice, certainly one of the best players to ever play this game. I don't think anyone could argue that. Yeah, we've got some other names on this list. Katie, anybody you want to call out?
No, I want to say something about Karthik, but that just brings attention to him and it defeats the purpose. So, no.
Happy to see Karthik again. Johnny, anything here?
Yeah, shout out to Aurora, who plays an amount of speedboat that really should be criminalized in some states. But it's made her really good, really fast at tactics. I played with her. I didn't play with her, but I saw a lot of her games at the North American NADF. Nope, North American Championships, the DipCon. Cool, that's what it's called. Long night. And she's great. She was really good. She had a great first round score. I think she's a really up and coming player. She's really young, learning a lot. I think she's one to watch out for. A lot of the similar things could be said about Claire in the Australian hobby. She's sort of said that there's going to be some unconventional stuff coming on some of her boards tonight, so I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, and Jason Gray also in last year's Super 7, so one of the top players for last year's DBN Invitational. I believe was a rookie last season, certainly no rookie this year, one of the heavyweights coming into it. Darcy Morris, Patrick Jacobson, rounding out some of your top players here. And with that, we'll transition over to our standings for the Virtual Diplomacy League. So what we just saw was all events, and this is filtered down to just the Virtual Diplomacy League that we'll be looking at right now. So this is your current top 10. Virtual Diplomacy League will play, there's two things people are playing for. The regular season winner will receive an automatic invitation to the DBN Invitational. In addition, the top 7 players will compete for a championship, and the winner of that event is the champion, is the winner of that season of the Virtual Diplomacy League, and that player will also receive an automatic invitation to the DBNI. So your current top 7, Justin Lord, Jamal Blacarley, Jason Gray, Patrick Jacobson, Christian Brown, Cody Miller, and Claire Bradbury last month, narrowly knocking out fellow Australian Darcy Morris with a really, really impressive Turkish board top. Zoe Cameron knocking on the door there, Ben Kelman, and then let's take a quick look at our next ones.
Oh, before you do that, because I think can you clarify?
Mhm.
There's a number of scores that count automatically, and then it's like an average, and I don't like, does Zoe have scores that could still really significantly improve? I just don't know how that works.
I am 90% positive that it is the top 3 scores and the average of the rest. So Zoe will have one more score as an average. Whatever your 4th score is, if you only have one, that's split in half, so you don't have somebody kind of skewing it with just one really good game. But yeah, Zoe's got points, and then everyone else on this list, Jamal would have some points. So we've got everyone on this list. Everyone else is going to really need to have a pretty huge score in order to improve their overall score. And then moving on, this is where it really gets interesting. These are the positions that may be a little bit hungrier. Tukbat Toli, it's David Simor, I believe. Joshua Crowther in 11. McCallis, Jason, Michael, Micah, Liam, Con, Karsten, and Marcus Lone rounding out your top 20. Michael with 3 has some points there potentially. So all of these other players, if they have one good score and the rest of them are kind of mid, that's another way that some of these players might be able to move up a little bit. So anything anybody wants to add?
Just watch the competition for 7 and 8. Both Darcy and Claire are playing tonight, and that's very, very competitive down at the bottom of the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's transition over to our first game of the night. And I'll let one of y'all take a break. Any volunteers?
I don't care.
All right, well, Johnny, you're at the bottom, so I will move you out first. And Katie, that means you will lead this one off. Why don't you introduce our players?
Great. In Austria, we have Micah, who we've spoken about already at length. In England, Jason, also mentioned, has a great last name. In France, Benek Roblowski. Not familiar with that person, and I'm excited to see what they do. Similarly, Germany is Charlie, and I think they have not played any DBNI qualifying games. Is that what that means? So another new name to us. Somebody irrelevant, probably in Italy. Russia, we have Claire, who also we spoke about earlier. She's in 7th right now. And Turkey is Stephen Kumar, who I am also, or Stefan. Is it Stefan? Do we know?
I don't, but as a Saturday Night Live fan, I'm calling it Stefan.
Stefan. We've got everything on this board.
Hey, I want to make one comment, which is that I don't think I've seen Karthik and Micah play a lot. So I'd be curious to see that dynamic. But Karthik's Italy is typically more anti-Austria than the average Italy early. So
Yeah.
I would want to see how that develops.
Yeah, Karthik's big IT propaganda machine. So
Yeah, and we give Karthik a hard time. Karthik is one of our fellow analysts here on DBN. So those who are not familiar, that is why that's where the ribbing is coming from.
yeah, I'm not mean to anybody really except Karthik, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Ed, I'm going to let you lead. I'm sorry, I'm going to let you set up any storylines based off these positions. Anything besides the Karthik Micah conversation that you'll be keeping an eye on.
Jason Gray is really, really, really improved. And if brand new players against Jason Gray, I think it's advantage Jason in the West, but you never know. And then the number of Australians, right? If we've got what, 5 Australians on the board, if I'm counting correctly. So, typically you get worried about stuff like that when you're on the outs, but then you realize quickly, like when I used to play against French players, I was like, oh, I'm screwed because they're all talking French to each other. But, they play each other so much. There's so many grievances and problems that usually I can use that as a lever point. So it's not the storyline that you think usually when you see it.
All right. Well, spring of 1901. Katie, why don't you take the even year or the odd years, and Ed, you'll take the even.
All right, I'll start in the West. I think a fairly standard opening. I really like support into Burgundy from France. Like Burgundy is French territory. I don't see that as hostile. I think that's just kind of smart. So I would say the West is fairly neutral, especially with Charlie staying in Munich. Maybe Charlie and Benek didn't get on the same page early on, but either way, nothing. I think that super shouts at anything important. Karthik opened into Trieste. I think the fall moves will let us know whether or not that was expected. I have a feeling it was because he didn't follow up into Venice. So it seems like potential early AI cooperation. But I will say this is like classic IT stuff where Karthik is going to want support into Greece. He's going to tap he's going to tap Serbia so that Austria doesn't get Greece. So I don't think this looks great for Micah if Turkey is on board. And we'll just have to see. With a bounce in Black Sea and a move up to Armenia, Turkey is certainly not on Claire's team. So it does look pretty IT from here. And then Russia.
Oh, go ahead.
No, just Russia's got a friendly neighbor in Micah. So I'm seeing IT versus AR.
It could be an error, but I tend to suspect Katie is right, although I think Micah's trying to have everybody be a friend. And but Karthik didn't invent, being anti-Austrian from Italy. I'm sure David Hood could talk about that. This is frequent, but this idea of loaning Trieste, Karthik he's done it a number of times, cutting Serbia and then having Bulgaria support Apulia into Greece. I wouldn't be shocked to see that. And then Johnny, of course, says that Mike is a big proponent of the AR. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. And these are sort of AR-friendly moves.
So, Ed, if you are in this situation and you've got like you're set up for a AI, and you've got Italy moving into Armenia, potentially offering an IT, do you have a preference on which one you tend to go for, or is it just all about who the players are?
Karthik's 14th. He doesn't want Micah to get a good score. At least that's the way I'd be thinking about it. Sorry to be so crass, but I think about where the players next to me are in terms of scoring, and so Charlie is here for fun, I would imagine, since doesn't have a league score that I saw in the top 20, and so I wouldn't be shocked to see an IT develop, but it's really Karthik's choice.
All right, Katie, what do we see in the fall?
Wow. Karthik not choosing an IT. Somebody somewhere is going to give him a lot of crap for that. I assume it's going to be mostly McCallis. Does open into the AIR, I don't know, next move by moving into Aegean, staying in Trieste, and it's not looking good for Stefan, or I'm sorry, but however you pronounce your name, Turkey. In the West, we've got Jason getting into Belgium with his army. We'll see if it dies. France picks up the two neutrals in Iberia and then taps Munich. So, FG is not getting along early on. I have a lot of thoughts about going for Munich as France, but I don't think we'll get into that here. I think we'll just have to see how it plays out, and I think it's going to be up to Jason who he wants to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable choice by Karthik here, because Micah is a really reliable ally and doesn't stab uselessly, so that makes sense from that level. And when I said Charlie before, I meant Stefan, but I'm sure everyone figured that out. This is really advantage Jason in the West. I would not like that poke if I was Germany, but maybe France told Germany he was doing it, so maybe it's not a big deal.
And Johnny pointing out that Karthik did get the support into Greece, so that is definitely a choice that was made. Winner of 1901. Take a look at those adjustments just for speed's sake, because we've got so many games. We'll just not cover them in detail, but if anything just jumps out at you, Ed, it'll be your turn, so you can shout those out as we go into 1902.
All right, as we go into 1902, my eyes just drawn to the air here, and it's a really fast-moving air, taking Norway, taking Black Sea, taking Bulgaria. Those all three things are very good. In the West, I'm really proud of the West for understanding that this is an air, and you see automatically Jason lending Belgium back to Holland by convoying Belgium to York. I don't think I've seen that. That is a response to this fast-moving air. And so the game dynamics are either going to change because it goes to 1908, 1909, 1910, or it's going to be a really boring game at the line soon. We'll find out because everyone's acting. Karthik probably likes this right now because I'm sorry. I just want to point this out. It's important for Italy to get a build. And I think Karthik is going to point out it's important for Italy to get a build. So I wouldn't be shocked if Karthik gets a build here some way.
Well, he can just take Tunis, so he doesn't need to get greedy in Turkey.
Look at you. Karthik needs two builds, Katie.
Oh, you're right.
Yes, shout out to Bennick and Charlie. Jason also, but this is definitely a read on the board, Ed, that you called out that is not typical for someone who is a newer player. So Bennick and Charlie both showing some good strategic read here, and either in pitching it or listening if that was something Jason suggested. But I'm very impressed with that because that's not something a lot of players would necessarily go for. And then also, I just want to say for Stefan, we've got the move into Syria. And anytime you're in an air like this as Turkey, you have to pick someone to defend against and someone to kind of say, all right, well, I guess they're getting my dots. So in this case, making a good choice here, I think that's a good defensible position. Being in Syria helps prevent against a Lepanto, and that army can be a good way to help slow things down. So I like the choices from our new players on the board here.
It's an anti-Karthik choice. It's a good choice.
Okay, see, Karthik got his 2 builds, Katie. He got Khan and he got Tunis. Now he'll build 2 fleets, and he's got 2 armies, and he's got a France that is in Piedmont, Western Med, North Africa. Karthik's not happy even with 2 builds. In the meantime, this is really sort of advantage Jason Gray in the West here, because not only does he get Norway back, so he's not going to go down a build, but he does get the air does lose Sweden, although it's a little problematic. I would have liked to see Denmark be the mover, but especially if North Sea was moving. But I'm sure Jason wanted to do that, but that's probably a little properly defensive by Germany. That's probably what I do, but from a board perspective, maybe not the best. Notice pressure holds. I like that, to let Warsaw be covered by an army. That's sort of an advanced thing when you're thinking about stuff like that. And that's all I see in the interest of time.
Yeah, we've got Claire saying Charlie's only been playing for a month or 2. This is their first game as Germany, so definitely impressive play there. As we go into winner of 02, just take a look at those adjustments. And Katie.
I just want to say Jason in the chat just said Prussia not going to Livonia was a very bad sign, which is quite fascinating. It is interesting because Charlie is taking back Norway with help from Russia.
It's a stab.
It's a stab. But still supporting into Silesia, I think it's just a GR at this point. I guess with Claire pulling back out of Rome. I'm not really sure how Russia fits into this at the moment, except they're supporting Germany against England, and Bennick is turning around also. So I don't know. I guess I'm excited to see a Western triple AIR stalemate break up this quickly because it means the game will be more interesting. But it is a little surprising to me. I do think we still have strong AI cooperation. I think Karthik and Micah are probably locked in for the long run. And then, I'm not sure what France is going to get out of this because Jason still has an army on his island. We'll see. Yeah, so you're in Irish Sea, but there's not really a follow up. You're kind of just abandoning everything. I think it just looks like newer play. Maybe Bennick doesn't know where they want to go. I would say that Bennick and Charlie do seem to be friendly, so I think that fleet is just going to go help Charlie, and it looks like it's good for Germany. I mean, Germany's picking up Norway and is in North Sea with Claire's help. It's not currently worried about Munich. France is on side, so this is looking really good for Germany. In the East, Claire picks up Ankara. It's still just AIR. But it's very weird when you have an AIR and Germany looks to be in a good position. This is
well, I don't think Germany's in that great a position. I think, with the 4 armies, they're fine. But I think what happened is that Russia basically found a sort of a person willing to flip, and they got Germany to flip. But so either it's an AIRG, which is hilarious, or Germany's going to get cut out because people got to grow. And
Yeah,
then-
but Germany's on 8. I mean, we'll see. We'll see.
I think
You're
one
right.
of my favorite things that the Australian hobby has really brought to the meta is making this north-south alliance structure more common. It's typically England and Russia, not Germany and Russia, but we have seen it with Germany and Russia as well. It does result in fewer stalemates and makes for more dynamic play. So there's a lot that can happen from this position. I don't know that it's easier, but it's certainly more fun to watch. So I'm looking forward to it as we go into 1904. Ed, what are we looking at?
I went down to look at France and Italy here. So Karthik's made the move on France and supports Micah into Smyrna. Meanwhile, it's not an AIRG because Russia has now dislodged Silesia from there and is going to North Sea. Other than that, not much happened. It looks like England and France kind of worked their issues out. It's almost like France is like, who am I fighting now? Am I fighting England? Am I fighting Germany? Am I fighting Italy? Tough position to be in France, and I think France is going to lose something here, right? Or it's a guess, maybe.
It's a guess. I think it's a guess. Well, you can lose MAO.
I was about to say that. Yeah. So Italy takes Mid-Atlantic. Now it's not going to be a guess. France attacks Belgium there unsuccessfully. Russia gets Norway from Germany. Maybe.
Why? Why in the world does Norway go to Barents? It's a trade, but like
I think it's a trick. I think it was in some way, okay, go back or what. I think this was trickeration on the part of Russia, but Claire's in there, so maybe Claire can do this. I do find it interesting that Bohemia has gone to Galicia, and that might be a measure of who's the next target. Is it Karthik or is it Claire? And if I was Claire, I would not like to see that move to Galicia from Micah. She can cover Romania, but we'll see. And goodbye to, I want to call him Kumar. Goodbye to Kumar.
Yeah, thank you for playing. It says Claire is saying Norway was arranged because the air was getting scary. So,
well, Norway doesn't make it less scary. It makes it more scary because there's a fleet build here, right? Like, how does that make the air less scary?
It's nonsense.
net
I'm
result,
sorry. I'm sorry, but it's nonsense. It's working nonsense. I'm not saying it's bad, but it is nonsense.
net result, Claire is getting a northern fleet build as Russia. And Katie, what do we see in spring of 05?
All right, we do still have cooperation between Germany and Russia. They're taking back Norwegian, and yeah, and Jason's back in North Sea. Yeah, Micah leaves Galicia, so maybe she sort of got cold feet. Maybe Claire talked her out of whatever was going on. Maybe it was one of those things where they're like, I'm gonna move here so that the other side of the board thinks we're stabbing and they'll do something different. Regardless, this is just looking really good for Karthik. Karthik picks up Spain and Portugal, and is going to have, I think, Marseille also potentially. So I expect Micah to get back Trieste. We'll see.
Isn't it time for the loan to be over?
You know what? You have so few opportunities to say, give me back my home center. I think you need to do it now, Micah.
It's a home center. This
Yeah.
bothers me so much.
I
Okay,
also hate it.
I hate it even as Italy. It's wrong. Okay, you can't take someone's home center and keep it forever.
I don't hate it when I'm Italy.
Well,
There we go, Micah.
good. Oh, he doesn't get back Marseille. I don't know why. Probably something about Oh, I assume Gascony supports it, and then they cut Spain. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Oh, but he does lose con, so maybe it's a stab. It's probably a stab, right?
Might
probably a
be.
stab.
I think it's got to be a stab. Karthik
Yeah,
probably didn't want that to happen.
yeah. You lose con, you lose Trieste, you pick up 2, so you're even. But you've got 3 fleets, and they're all like in in the west. So I guess it's looking pretty AR right now. That bounce in Romania is obviously arranged. Yeah, Germany and Russia continuing into north, and I think so that German fleet is blown up, and they'll get a rebuild. So I guess we'll see what. It's kind of weird, yeah, because you've got Russia and Germany working together, you've got Russia and Austria working together, but you've got Austria and Germany not working together. So maybe this AR stab will sort of reshuffle the board.
I mean, it is interesting because Claire really had a lot of cards here. Claire's working with Germany and getting progress in the north. So I can understand why Claire's probably reluctant to want to tap Berlin so Micah can have Munich. But Micah wants a build, and so, hey, Khan's available. Let's do it now.
2 builds.
Well, okay. But there's also, 2 builds, but only one place to build. That's the eternal Austrian curse here. So maybe Micah could have thought that through, but there's an arranged bounce to Romania. So
But you could just not do that. Like, it's a Russian center.
I agree.
She doesn't have to agree to that. No.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 05. Got more fleet play from Germany. That's a standout to me. So going to spring of 06. What are we looking at here, Ed?
Well, for an AR working together in a stab against Germany, it's awfully defensive. So I'm looking at those moves in the Balkans because Russia doesn't want to attack Germany, but I guess Russia doesn't have a problem bumping up a bunch of armies against Austria. Okay. And Micah not ordering her units, presumably a misorder, pretty helpful to Karthik. Also, Karthik, getting, I guess, with the disbands, Marseille now, and not even moving one fleet back. And then the Aegean doesn't move. I don't know. It's a lot of something happened here where they were just chatting a lot and they didn't get everything in, but it was interesting.
So Claire is saying Micah's going to bounce Galicia, but orders didn't go through, most likely. It's not great for Micah.
You can't bounce Galicia and Rum though, so it's still pretty. I wouldn't like this if I were Micah and I thought I was working with Claire. I wouldn't agree to both those things for sure.
This is a pretty good advantage for Karthik because he's going to build and he's not going to lose anything this turn. Mm-hmm. So for getting stabbed for 0, it could get a lot worse. Trust me. This is, and it looks like he's working with France. That's good.
Yeah, working with France, working with Russia, fight the person who stabbed me. So you've got sort of a kind of awkward wintergreen where Russia has all the armies.
I should point out in the fall, Claire takes Smyrna. So,
right.
That's and Sweden. So that's just like, maybe it's arranged because Micah she does have a place to build, right? Because she's gone to Serbia now. It doesn't look like a stab. Like maybe, an unwanted support. That's what Karthik did. Yeah.
Don't you love that? I love getting unwanted support into my allies' territory.
I would love it. It's an advantage for Claire, and it does make Austria look mighty vulnerable here. I really like Claire's position, obviously, with this German alliance, although taking Sweden.
Probably arranged.
Probably. Right? Why? What's the idea of the arrangement?
Well, why did Germany go to Barents? I don't know. I just think it looks really good for Russia. And I think she's still got Germany on side. She's still got Austria on side. I think she's doing great.
Winter of 1906, we've got Russia taking the lead with 9 centers. We've got Austria and Italy tied at 7, kind of a distant third with Charlie in Germany. Got a couple of adjustments here. Claire putting down another Northern Fleet. And let's. Oh, hey. All right. I was not at all expecting that. Katie, this is your game. How do you feel?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either, but I don't know exactly what the scoring system is, but I assume anyone who's topping is happy to do so. So that makes sense for Claire. It seems like Charlie was happy to play junior partner, given a lot of his moves around Scandinavia. So that makes sense from Charlie. Yeah, Jason's just on defense. France is just vassal for Karthik, which nobody wants to be. I think Karthik and Micah, if they didn't figure anything out, they weren't going to make any progress against each other. So it kind of makes sense. Like, I guess it makes sense looking at the board now. I will say I was surprised, but maybe that's just because it seemed faster than it was.
I think it makes perfect sense. It's not going to get better for Micah or Karthik unless they work together. And otherwise, Claire has all the cards in this game with alliances with Austria and Germany. And a lot of growth in the north. So I think that unwanted support. I mean, I can see Karthik saying he wouldn't want to draw if he was behind Micah, and that got him to 7-7 for second place. And so I understand it. I think I would have drawn on any of the positions at this board.
I just want to give one more shout out to Claire, because I think it's really cool when you're in alliance with your 2 closest neighbors and you're topping the board. Like, you're working with the people next to you. Where's your growth come from? Well, you get creative. You get them to give it to you diplomatically. That's really cool. Cool gameplay. I like that a lot.
All right. Well, Katie, I'm sorry, Ed, I'm going to give you a break next. And we will bring Johnny on. Johnny, welcome. And Johnny is
muted. I'm muted. Oh no.
Classic VDL or League Night Classic. There we go. That was a lot of fun. Anything you want to add about that game, Johnny?
Well played by Claire. Great board top as Russia. Yeah, congrats.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you take the lead on this one, Johnny, as we take a look at our players. Go ahead and introduce, and then Katie, you will be our color for this one.
Sure. So playing Austria, we have Stefan Velia, a German player with whom I'm not familiar. Playing England is Joshua Crowther, who I believe is called the Beast in Australia. I don't actually know why, but that's a distressing nickname. Playing France is Cleo McNamara, who may or may not be related to another McNamara. Who's to say? Playing Germany is Aurora Atzman, who I've already talked about. Playing Italy is Bradley Grace, whom we all know and love. Playing Russia is Karsten Bratt. Woohoo!
Pfotenhauer,
of course.
Duh.
Playing from Rwanda, I believe he's a diplomat.
Yeah, he is.
I've long wanted to play with Karsten. And playing Turkey is Loaf.
All right, let's transition in to our
Go Loaf.
You beat me to
Go
it. I
Loaf.
was just about to say, and I am so rooting for Loaf.
All right, Katie, any storylines based off the setup of our players here that you'll be keeping your eye on?
No, I don't really know anything about these players besides Bradley and Aurora, and I played one game with Karsten, and he was an absolute lovely ally. So, but I don't know anything about the other 3 players. So,
all right. Well, we will learn more together as we go through spring of 1901. Johnny.
Sure. So I regret to say that my favorite player, Loaf, has made a Turkish opening with which I do not agree. So that's too bad, but it's the standard opening. Bradley is in a good position. Walks right into Trieste, probably arranged. That doesn't mean it's friendly. Other people are doing standard things. We're seeing standard bounces in Galicia, standard bounce in the black. And Cleo McNamara, who I'm reading is not related to Peter, has made a very fun opening into Gascony, Spain, and the Channel. So we'll be able to pick up both Portugal and Spain with the armies, and we'll have fleet in English Channel to do whatever she wants to do with it. So I don't know that I've seen this opening before. It's a little unconventional, but it's not bad. So yeah, cool.
I'm here for it.
Sure. And she bounces England and Belgium, which is fine from this position, right? We're probably setting up for an FG. Lets England cover up London with the army, so England can't build a fleet
It's
there.
actually so good.
Yeah,
And
it's
you're
cool.
already in the channel.
Yeah, and you get both of those Iberian centers, and Bradley has convoyed into Tunis, so doesn't have a fleet in Tunis. So this looks good for France. Bradley convoys into Tunis and stays in Trieste. So if I'm Stefan here, I'm really, really, really annoyed with Bradley. If I'm Austria and I allow Italy to take Trieste, Italy must move to the Aegean Sea, especially if Turkey is open this way. So I don't think Bradley is Austria's friend. I don't know if Austria wanted to support Loaf into Romania, and Loaf has brutally stabbed Austria by bouncing Austria out of Greece instead, and has walked into the Black Sea. So this is really bad for Stefan, kind of getting soft stabbed by one partner and hard stabbed by another. And it's really good for Turkey. This is old school cagey Turkish play. So I'm liking it.
It's very cagey. It's very, I'm not picking an ally. I'm just playing defensive.
It's going to be Fleet Smyrna, and it's just going to be slow growth. I like it.
Well, unless, yeah.
Or not.
Yeah.
Or not. Okay.
Bradley talking the Loaf situation. And
Go for it.
okay, so it's a really weird IT where Bradley's going to get everything. Yeah, so Bradley walks into Aegean, nothing can stop him. Why not? Walks into Budapest, loses Trieste, but I think we'll take Greece. I think it's just an IT where Bradley already has all of the units like around Austria, and Loaf is really not in a position to take very much. I have played with Bradley before. He was a better ally than I expected him to be, so I'll give him credit. I still do not think that Budapest will be working in Turkey's favor. I think it will be working for Italy. So I think this is just very good for Italy. This is my whole year, right? Should I keep going? Okay. In the West, we've got Germany into North, which is pretty cool, pretty fast. And then Karsten takes Norway from Sweden. Okay, this is really great Germany-Russia play because there's, Joshua did retreat to Skagerrak, which I think is very fun and very puts a wrench potentially in the German and Russian cooperation. But right now, the two of them have really nice sort of DMZ. But we'll see what happens with that the English fleet. In the fall, France gets into Irish Sea. Joshua does take back Norway. And Aurora covers Denmark, as one does, but picks up Belgium. So Germany's still going up one. And I think no other change in terms of centers in the West. And in the East, Bradley gets back into Trieste, stays in Budapest. Carson gets Vienna. And I think Austria is just on Greece and Serbia. Is that right?
Yeah, Bulgaria supported Greece to hold to thwart the convoy. So
okay,
cool.
so Turkey decided Austria was their. I mean, it's a great little wintergreen position, so it kind of makes sense for the two small powers to sort of work together.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm liking like it. It could have been a giant dog pile, and I think that definitely keeps it more interesting. Don't know how long Stefan will be able to hang on, but this is a way to do it. I like it.
Disbanding Greece is a fun choice.
It's a choice.
Yeah. So I was wondering so on the last turn, Germany supported England back into Norway, and I was wondering what the deal was going to be. It seemed more like a deal than anything else, and it seems that was correct. I think England's going to do the thing now where they just try to go live in Scandinavia and give up on everything else. That's really bad for Karsten. The calculation might have been that Karsten was getting too strong in the south, and that FG couldn't prop up Carson in the north while Carson was growing in the south. If so, I don't disagree with that. But what's happening here is that England is moving to Barents. England is walking out of London. That's probably just a missed guess. That's probably not like a full throw. But it's really good for FG. Really, really good for FG. And the only real question is going to be when and how do they start to cross the line? They've been a little bit slow to do that. They're moving a lot of armies towards each other here and bouncing, which is kind of inefficient. So one game year or two, it'll be really interesting to see where the two of them go. Meanwhile, Bradley is demolishing the east, successfully convoys into Greece here. And like Katie said, it's a great winter green position. So I think they're just going to keep running it.
I will say the only thing I have to sort of counter Johnny's, not necessarily Johnny's read, but like a board state that Johnny proposed was about Carson being too strong in the south. He is up against Bradley right now, who has 4 armies and 2 fleets ready for there. So if that was the read that Aurora made in order to stab Carson, I don't think that was necessarily, well, we'll see, but I don't think it was the correct read because Bradley is so focused in the east. He's going to continue to get dots over there. Like he is going to put up a counter to Carson.
It's an interesting question because for Aurora, like this would not be an easy choice because like, my read would be Bradley's got most of the easy stuff in the east. We'll probably get a couple more out of Turkey, but eventually they're probably going to go against France. So I would imagine France is going to have a harder time getting dots than Germany would. So then is it I guess the question is the advantage that Italy has in that situation because you're both attacking Russia, is Germany going to be able to get Russian dots faster than Italy could from that position? That's a really long way of asking that question.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think it's really good for Germany because you want to power up Italy to incentivize conflicts between Italy and France so that France has to go south and away from you. And in the meantime, you weaken Russia and make it much more easy to pick up dots in the east. So you're playing with fire because you're making Bradley really strong, right? But it's a way of making sure that you have the advantage going into the late game in the German position. So I think it's really smart.
Definitely playing with fire, and that's going to be the question: is can you be the one to get the advantage there? We'll find out as we go in the fall.
Is this me? I can't remember.
I think it is you.
Great.
Yes,
Me. Great. Belgium convoys directly into Edinburgh. Beautiful, lovely, wonderful. The position for Germany remains really, really good. Meanwhile, France is really, really, really not moving against Bradley, right? And Bradley is really not moving the other way. And if I was anybody other than the two of them on this board, I would really start to get frustrated about that. Granted, I do think the Silesia bounce might be arranged, but even still, right? There's like obviously conflict between Germany and Russia, and there's obviously the opposite of conflict between France and Italy. So I really don't think France sees Aurora as their long-term partner. I think they see Bradley as a long-term partner, and I think France is gearing up to attack Aurora at some point in NAO in Burgundy. So we'll see if that happens. Meanwhile, in the south, Bradley is crushing, gets Serbia and Greece and the Eastern Med. It's just an incredible Italian position. Galicia gets into Budapest, so that's a build for Karsten. So, I mean, it's just Italy, Russia, all day, every day.
Yeah, I will say I like Karsten's diplomatic play with England. They're now working against Germany together. I think that was really smart.
Yep, totally.
all right,
Especially if you can do it and then build a fleet in the north.
Fleet Marseille, Fleet Naples, right? That's a big change, potentially.
Katie, all right, let's keep an eye on those fleets as we go into 04.
Yeah, so Karsten said, yes, I will work with you, Joshua, but only for one season because I would now like Norway. And England retreats into St. Pete, but I guess probably can help it hold it with Germany's help. It's a lot of flip-flopping in the West. I feel like every time Johnny or I am talking, I'm like, oh, these two people are working together, and now they're not anymore. So maybe a lot of short-term deals, a lot of just chaos. But Cleo does take Liverpool, so France now has 2 English dots, and it looks like Germany and France are now moving away from each other, and they're going to stay strong as an alliance partner. And same to be said with the wintergreen. Bradley and Karsten are sort of DMZing. They're working together against Turkey, and yeah, Bradley's still picking up 2 dots. So I think he's going to come out of this ahead, but doesn't look like at the moment they're gearing up for conflict with each other. So in the fall, we've got. Does Bulgaria get into Con?
Yes.
Okay, so Bradley gets 3 Turkish dots this year. Dang. Karsten does take back St. Pete and hold Norway, but loses Sweden. So I guess it's only 04, but I don't see any reason why Karsten would fight Bradley. And like, even if he's got French pressure, which I'm not sure how much he does because MAO goes to NAO, like, what's he gonna lose? Yes, he puts Karsten into Munich. So I think Karsten still builds one, but can't do it in St. Pete or Moscow or Sev. So Warsaw. So I guess he was building in Moscow. But anyway, it just looks really good for Bradley because I don't know how much more he'll gain, but he's like not under threat at all.
How do we feel about Germany heading back towards their home centers rather than pressing against Warsaw?
I agree with it from this position. Because you're going to lose Munich and you're never going to get Warsaw. You're just going to bounce there, right? And you need to have. I mean, honestly, I think Belgium really needed to go to Ruhr here because if you let that Munich army get past your line and become like a raider in the back, they're really going to crush through the entire stalemate line. And I also think this makes it easier diplomatically to convince Karsten to try to make some move against Bradley. And if you aren't able to do that, I mean, Bradley picking up 3 in this fall turn is madness. It shouldn't have happened tactically. It honestly, I don't think Karsten should have allowed it to happen. I think Karsten should have demanded Bulgaria if these were going to be the moves.
And you got Munich. I mean, that's probably the conversation.
Yeah, but if you're just not allowed to go up 3, right? Like it doesn't, it doesn't, like I'm sorry, but no.
All right, so putting down 2 because no room, no home center open for that third one. Take a look at those adjustments. And 05, back to you, Johnny.
Yeah, so Russia is losing Munich and retreating back into Bohemia. I think that's good for the overall balance of the board. Bradley and Cleo are not fighting. Whatever it is that they are doing, it's not fighting, right? So really, like, I don't know what the plan is on this board to stop Bradley from topping. Maybe Karsten is going to try to push for more centers in Germany, but he just lost Bohemia. So, being in black is good. Maybe there's something that can be done. Maybe you can work with the army in Armenia. Maybe there's some setup for a stab here from Karsten on Bradley. If I was Karsten, that's what I'd be trying to do. And I don't know. France is moving into Yorkshire, staying in Burgundy. I still think France has in the back of her mind that she might want to stab Germany at some point. That's the only way that I can read these moves.
Clear setting up for host duties on DBN with 1904, Bradley on 10 with no serious threats. That is absolutely the storyline right now on this board as we go into the fall of 05.
And I mean, yeah, call the draw, right?
Why go to Armenia? Like, Karsten, why are you going to Armenia? Like, what is that doing?
Well, and you just have to be at least self-balancing in Vienna, right? Like you can't be allowing this. Like, I understand that Karsten doesn't have a lot of strength in his position and doesn't feel that he has a lot of options, but like you
go
say,
to Serbia
right?
and Budapest,
I mean,
Bulgaria,
you 2 on Bulgaria, right? You can support hold Ankara, maybe is a thing you can do. You can try to support Ankara and Khan. I don't know. I mean, I just think you have to imagine that Bradley's going to do this. It's clear that Bradley isn't going west. There's only one other direction for Bradley to go. That's east. That's into you. And I mean, I think this thing is pretty much wrapped up, right? Especially with Aurora losing Sweden. Like, Cleo's not really doing anything. I think we're headed towards a draw.
3 more down for Bradley Grace. Get a disband in the north from Karsten, and we draw. Yeah, congratulations, Bradley. That is absolutely, I think, the story here. Johnny, how did he do it?
He dominated every single turn of this game from the very beginning, diplomatically in the East. I hate to say it because I think Love played a really good 1901, but the building of the army, you have to build a fleet in Smyrna if you're in that position as Turkey, because you just lose so much ability to control events. And Bradley saw that Turkey didn't have the ability to control events, and Bradley said, great, I will. And just smashed through Austria, smashed through Turkey, and had an incredible relationship with France. The whole game from 1901, like from the beginning to the end, France and Bradley had an incredible relationship with each other. And that's a really good thing to do if you're Italy and France, but you do have to be cognizant not to let the other person get so far out in front of you, like what happened here. I do think that as big of a proponent of the like IF detente as I am, I would have liked to have seen Cleo move against Bradley in 02 or 03.
Or just as another alternative, you do fight Germany, and then you have Russia actually able to put up more of a defense earlier on when when it was looking like Bradley was already in a good spot. Then you make it obvious that you'll take care of Germany, and Russia has the room to do that.
Yep, 100%. That way is harder, but yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, for me, I think the management of that relationship with France was the key difference. There were obviously Bradley took control of the East very early on, but that freedom to continue controlling the East was something the rest of the board allowed. So that was great, great diplomacy, great all-around game by Bradley. Ed, anything that you saw that you want to call out from that game?
We shortchanged Bradley when we were looking, when you said Micah was the top player in the world. Bradley was on that list. Bradley's won in all phases of this game, extended deadline and virtual and face-to-face. And I saw him at EDC. I think his dominance is strategy. I mean, yeah, he's good tactically, and I think he can have better diplomacy. No offense, Bradley, but his strategy of like where he wants the game to go and then to get that result through the other players is what we saw, and how he manipulated all his neighbors.
Yeah, he probably told Turkey, if you don't build fleets, we'll be friends. And then Turkey pissed off Austria and Russia. And so then you have basically everybody else fighting, and he's already in a good position. I think that's exactly right, Ed. I think the way he played his neighbors off each other was really, really good.
All right, well, Katie, I'm going to give you the break, and let's transition to our next game. And Ed, I'm going to have you take the lead on this one.
We see Bradley in Austria, where he won his extended deadline Olympus tournament. David Samore, we've seen him before, but I don't have a sharp memory of it. Aurora, who Johnny talked about earlier, and who I've played with twice in person, and commend along with Johnny. But Stefan's back. The astronaut, who's hilarious. I got to meet him at EDC. He's absolutely nuts. And him in Italy will be hysterical because it's a country he won't get eliminated early in. So like he is a chaos. He's the new Christian Brown.
Great.
And then we see Patrick Jacobson, whose accolades have been sung from the heavens, and he's done so well this year. And then Mikkel is in 15th place, and I know nothing about Mikkel.
Yeah, Mikkel's been impressive. I've really enjoyed watching them. I feel like they are a player to keep your eye on. I said that a couple of years ago about Micah, and not trying to. I just unintentionally patted myself on the back here. That was not my intent here.
Totally unintentional.
But, yeah, I promise. But no, like I think that that's the kind of player that Michael's got the potential to be based off the games that I've seen. If they keep playing.
Yeah. One thing about the astronaut, which is just hilarious, is the astronaut does not tell anyone his name. And when he showed up to EDC, he registered as the astronaut and told no one his name. We all had to call him the astronaut.
That's great.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
By the way, Ed, what's the name of this board? Could you read it for us?
In Karthik voice or the actual?
Please in
It's
Karthik
Terenian
voice.
Sea, but if you were Karthik, it'd be Terenian Sea.
Yeah, thanks.
Fantastic.
you.
All right. In Johnny, any storylines that you are looking at here?
Patrick Jacobson and Bradley Grace in AR. Those are two strong-willed players, shall we say? Two
I don't know
players
how
who
they get
like
along.
uh,
They might, but I don't know. I don't see it.
they're two players who like to see things done their way, right? And I would not be surprised to see some conflict, which opens up space for our friend the astronaut in Italy to do some fun stuff.
Yeah, David Smore, someone else to keep your eye on, another player that we've seen do well this season. Spring 1901, Ed, take us away.
We got that AR cooperation right off the bat with Russia going north. I don't know the name of this opening, but the idea is to blow up the fleet in Venice here. That's what these moves are meant to do. I assume this is the astronaut wants to do this, and so this is what they're going to do, because I don't think Bradley would normally do this. And then we see Aurora supporting herself to Burgundy and going to Mid-Atlantic, which, by the way, this is my preferred opening in France. I don't know why it's offensive to anybody. It should not be offensive to Germany, and it's safety first, and so props to Aurora for doing it. So we'll see how it. And they got Johnny didn't like the old school Turkish opening. I presume this is the opening Johnny prefers for Turkey.
Yep.
Well, when you support yourself to Burgundy, you sometimes do not follow yourself up into Ruhr. So this looks pretty EF to me in this situation. Query whether bouncing Holland would have been better for an EF, but it's probably better for England at least. Meanwhile, Germany does not bounce Sweden, so I think there must have been tensions with England there, because when you see Russia go north like that, you see that. Meanwhile, you do see Patrick taking Romania with a fleet which is friendly to to Turkey. Let's see what Turkey builds. Turkey seems to be worried about Italy, and we do get this blown up fleet situation by the astronaut of Bradley, while Bradley helps Italy into Greece. I would like to see what Patrick builds here and what the Austrian-Russian relationship is going into O2.
I think Patrick might build two fleets.
Let's find. So actually, I did want to pause on that. I don't think that I am familiar with this. Let's blow up the Austrian fleet. What is the theory here? Like, just don't need it. We want another army. Like, what is? Pitch this to me as Austria. Why would I want to do this in any situation?
Go ahead, Ed. Pitch it to him.
I think you're asking me to be David Hood here. The theory behind it is that the fleet in Austria gives a lot of attention to the AI relationship, and therefore you get rid of that fleet, and Austria only builds fleets, and only builds armies, and Italy only builds fleets. But okay, I'm sure Bradley's fine with this, by the way. So and he can build that fleet later.
Thank you for that. I did not think we would have a David Hood impersonation here, but well done. Thank you. We are all grateful for that. But for now, let's see how it plays out as we go into 1902. Johnny.
Two armies, just like I said. Actually, I really question those builds from Patrick, and I think we see here that strategically the other players on the board also questioned them. Patrick set up to have two enemies in 1901 who were England and Turkey. The issue with doing that is that to fight either of those enemies, you really want fleets. And then Patrick built Army Warsaw, Army Moscow, and Bradley, who had no more fleets and only had armies, was like, well, you're no good to me, but I can take Romania. And Bradley did. And somebody cut a deal with Mikhail in Turkey to go attack Patrick too. So this is going to get really ugly for Patrick really fast, I think, certainly in the south. Aurora is moving already against Italy. It's really fast EF, and they're already moving across the stalemate line. Bradley can defend from this position for sure, but Turkey's still really viable. So the battle for the Med is not decided. It's really going to depend on what Turkey wants to do. And in the north, Patrick is stabbing Germany in an EF, which is a really, really questionable decision that he's going to be punished for.
I think Patrick, and I just generally don't like someone lets you into Sweden and now let's attack them. And of course, he probably calls off this attack in some way, given what's happened down south. So go ahead, Johnny.
Sure. It's actually turned out okay for Patrick. He loses Sev, but gets it popped, gets into Galicia, and walks into Denmark because Germany missed the guess. And, oh no, England puts him in Denmark. Yeah, England puts him in Denmark. Okay. I mean, I don't think this is a long-term viable position for Patrick. I think it would have made a lot more sense to stick with Germany and fight back against the EF together, but the turn could have gone worse for sure. It's a not totally shot position. And the EF is making progress by killing Germany from behind, which works just as well. Meanwhile, Aurora is in Piedmont. The Astronaut's going to get a fleet in Naples. So, I mean, it's not going to be fast progress in the Med for France. Definitely not. But we'll see what that Turkish build ends up being.
Yeah, this was as good as it could have been for Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not stable. We'll see how long. I mean, but the problem is Bradley's so good at playing people off of each other. We'll see now what Bradley does. He's definitely controlling everything.
Fleet for Turkey. You can't like that as the astronaut.
You don't mind it though when there's one fleet in the black and it does go to Bulgaria, but yeah, Greece is probably gone. Mikhail is. Bradley may be friends with everybody, but his allies are not friends with each other. Is the way I'm putting that. That's advantage Bradley. He'll get to pick. Meanwhile, the Astronaut's totally locked up against France here, but France is locked up against Italy. Aurora does support England into Ruhr while backfilling with Belgium. That is really good, I think, for Aurora. That's a savvy play because England gets Sweden. It's a good trade. The lines are better for EF. And Patrick convoys into Berlin. That's way better for him having, trading Sweden, I guess, for Berlin. All that's super good, I would think. And Bradley in Galicia. So Bradley is just going to go anti-Russian here. Turkey's not a threat at this point because the army's out of Bulgaria. So it's sort of the same dynamic where Austria is just fighting Russia, but Turkey and Italy are about to fight each other.
Yep. Oh, Ionian. Oh.
Well, yeah, but I'm not 100% that the astronaut is hating this. He plays to have fun, which is, so I guess I can understand this, but it is a sort of a painful disband in light of the French position. I don't think it's a stab. I don't think I can argue that this is a stab. I think this is agreed. So in any event, In the West, Aurora supports England into Holland, and Patrick takes Munich and Berlin, and just loses one of Denmark and Sweden. So definitely have this EFR cooperation, but now that Germany is all but dead, that's going to end. So is it the EF or is it an EFR? Has Russia outlived its utility? I don't know. But if I'm Aurora, I'm starting to think about, like, where am I growing right now? I don't see a lot. I mean, there's an Italian disband, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think this play from the EF has been so good. It looks like Russia has a core of centers in Germany, but they don't. Those are EF centers. They can have them whenever they want them.
Right.
They're absolutely on loan. Patrick is facing down an AT. He has no ability to consolidate St. Petersburg or Sweden or Berlin. I mean, those are our EF centers. So I think this is really good. And honestly, I'm not upset if I'm Aurora. Italy's down one. Turkey's in the Ionian, right? We don't know this Turkish player necessarily, but I don't think it's going to be that hard to convince AT to stab Italy. You know, or at least I'm feeling like that's a possibility from this position.
I think it might be a possibility that Turkey stabs Austria. If AT or EF stab within, it's advantage to the other alliance, and I think that's the next thing that I'm looking for to see if we see any shift.
I agree.
See, those adjustments don't make it obvious. So spring of 04.
Yeah, and we see that IT continue to cooperate in a way that looks really good. Well, actually, Trieste supports Tyrolia to Venice.
It's
Okay, so
AT broke up.
Bradley stabbed everybody except Patrick.
He stabbed Italy. He stabbed Turkey.
Turkey, and he's stuck with Patrick. Do I like this for Bradley?
What else was he going to do? I mean, he was. That's a problem.
Yeah, I guess I do like it for Bradley. You're exactly right, Ed. I mean, I just not sure. I'm not sure that he had to stab Turkey, because you're kind of just down an alliance partner now. All you have is a partner in Russia who's gonna die really bad really soon, and you're kind of gonna be out of friends. Whereas you could have stuck with Italy, or with Turkey rather. Turkey's not a threat to you. You have the upper hand. Go for Warsaw and Munich. Still take the Italian centers. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if Bradley can outrace the EF, but it's not a bad move. I don't hate it.
I don't understand why David is allowing Patrick to go to Norway. That's not optimal EF play in my mind. I think it's savvy from Patrick to put Bradley into Sev, but I think it's a really close call as to what Bradley should have done. And I think if Bradley's playing to win, which he is, this is probably his best move in 1904. But it's also a good recipe for getting down to 2 or 3 at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think David. Oh, well, that's what David was doing in Norway.
Wow.
Okay.
Everybody stabbing each other.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess so.
So we see England and Belgium for Aurora. I mean, this is a failure to calibrate the English-Russian relationship properly, which happens to everybody, but it turns out that England and Russia it makes sense for them to work together here. I think this stab makes sense from David on Aurora, although I feel bad for Aurora. And it's good for Patrick here. Now into Sev with Turkish help, Bradley. But Bradley does get Greece and Venice. Turkey gets Naples and Tunis because the astronaut walked out. I can't even calculate the builds at this point. But it's kind of chaos, which I have to admit I love to see. And my initial instinct here is advantage Patrick on everything.
Yeah.
I
can't believe it.
EF are fighting and AT are fighting, and Russia's got all those home centers back. I'm liking it for Patrick.
Just like we said 2 years ago.
Right.
All right, here's how it all shook out after all of that chaos. A surprise to me, probably not to y'all, but we say farewell to the astronaut before we say farewell to Stefan. Uh, well done. I did want to say for Bradley, I appreciate the creativity and the board vision to see that, hey, there's this German unit that might still want to keep playing, and Stefan choosing to stay as part of this game. So great job there. And but as you said, this is a complete 180 for Patrick's position. As we go into winter of 04, we've got Bradley Grace in the lead with 8 centers, a tie for second between Russia and England. This is a fun game. So winter of 1904, take a look here. There's that fleet that they desperately needed. And Ed, going to you for 05.
Well,
Didn't
the
that do the last
astronaut
one?
leaves and Bradley gets his fleet back, but it is Johnny, I think. Or is it me? Oh, I took over 04 because I was in
How could you?
dumbass. Sorry,
Go ahead.
Johnny.
Go ahead, Ed.
Uh,
Ed, when was the last time you saw somebody fail to convoy from London to Brest over the English Channel? Have you seen that before?
That's a real big ouch. You have to be an advanced viewer to understand that it was a convoy from York to Brest. By the
Oh,
way.
you're right. You're right.
It only cost me a DB&I top board, which I will never forget.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Fucking Doug Malott. Ready to shoot myself for how bad that game was. Meanwhile, Bradley does make up with Turkey. Good job for Bradley here. Patrick getting cute with it, self-bouncing in Galicia. So I guess Bradley's friends with everybody. France is scrambling. I just looked at the moves and I said that's just a scramble. Totally lucky that Brest was not taken. Like Aurora, you could thank the diplomacy gods for that one. They sometimes help you. I don't know what's going on. Patrick, I think here is letting other people fight, except losing Sev is a big problem with Bradley's support. So Bradley's lining up now to try and take Patrick's centers. I wouldn't be totally shocked to see Bradley might. I'm not going to say it because I think that's wrong. Go ahead. Bradley giveth and Bradley taketh away. All right, Turkey, I put you into Sevastopol, and now I'm putting Patrick back into Sevastopol. Fine. Aurora does not lose Munich. That's really good. Gets it back due to Bradley's help. I'm not sure what else is happening here.
It's Bradley doing the exact same thing we saw him do to top the last board, right? Which is he's friends with all of his neighbors, and all of his neighbors are at war with each other. Take it to the bank. Worked last time. It's going to work this time.
It works more often than not. When it sounds trite, but it definitely helped improve my game. When you've got people moving away from your centers towards someone else's centers, you tend to do well.
I think Katie's comment is right. I don't know if it's friends or if it's chaos, but I think Munich may tell the tale here. I mean, he's supporting Aurora in Rome. He's supporting Aurora back to Munich, but now it's 4-on-3 on Munich, so AR could take it if they want to. I don't know what's going to happen.
Winner of 05. Definitely Aurora's position looking a little bit better than it did. And spring of 06, Johnny.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of movement on this board at this point. Bradley is moving down to maybe try to take Naples, and everyone's holding. And probably this is looking like it's going to draw soon.
I concur.
And there it does.
Wow.
So, Ed, this is your game. Bradley did it again. What is the story for this one?
he had all the right. Okay, in diplomacy, as I've learned, timing is everything. And he knew when to time things that maybe Johnny and I weren't sure of just looking at the map. But he's talking to people, and he had a strategic vision of how to top. I think this is a really good result for Bradley and for Patrick, even though had they worked together, they would have done a lot better than both of them would have done a lot better had they been able to trust each other. But they're both such strong-willed personalities, as Johnny pointed out, that this result is not unexpected.
I think shockingly good from Patrick, though. Really, I did not think that the position in 0-2 was recoverable. And the strong second place, I mean, it was obviously an amazing game for Bradley again, but huge kudos to Patrick for pulling that out of a hat somehow, because I didn't see it at all.
I mean, I think your comment was something that was like not totally awful for Patrick. You know? And he's right. I mean, you know, but Patrick scrambled, man. I mean, you know, and sometimes when you're dying, everyone else smells blood in the water and you lose centers. And then some players have an ability to be like, you don't want to draw my blood just yet. Like, prop me up, put a tourniquet on it, and come take the blood later. And and Patrick was able to spin the plates.
Totally.
Yeah, definitely saw the diplomatic side at work for Patrick's game. So, Katie, anything you observed on that one?
No, it's the kind of game I don't like to play in when it matters, because it felt really chaotic. But I do think they're fun, and I think they're very fun for the stream. And I'm glad I wasn't commentating it, because when people switch sides so often, it's really hard to predict. So.
Lots of fun. All right, Johnny, I think you get the break. So thank you. And let's transition over to our next game.
14-10 for those following.
And keep it up.
It's just you, Abby. Just you.
All right. So this one will be Katie's to call. Katie, why don't you introduce our players?
All right. In Austria, we have Jeff Wang. In England, we have Seth H. I'm not familiar with either of those two players. In France, we have Hunter Catcher. In Germany, Darcy Morris. Italy, Jason Gray. Russia, Claire Bradbury. And then in Turkey is Thomas, who, once again, I am not familiar with.
Ed, your stories?
Oh, my God. I think Jeff. No, that's not right. I think I know Seth, and he's pretty good. I will say that Hunter and Darcy shared a dinner together at EDC, so we'll see if that rolls over into an FG. I love Jason Gray in Italy, but he's with Claire in Russia. Again, Claire, is this another Russia for Claire? Didn't we see Russia? Claire already play Russia tonight? Maybe Claire and Katie love Russia. I hate it.
Russia's great.
People like you, Katie. So that's why you like it. you gotta be good diplomatically.
So the story for me, we've got 8th place Darcy Morris, 7th place Claire Bradbury as neighbors in Germany and Russia. So Darcy's definitely going to need some points. It's the one behind. So that's going to be probably the key storyline to as far as the meta of this league goes and the standings. All right, with that, Katie, why don't you take it away for spring of 1901?
Okay, I will start in the West. We have very normal openings from Seth and Darcy in England and Germany, and Hunter Catcher is opening full aggressive towards England. Now, I know there are some rumors, there are some Australian players, they like to argue that English Channel can be friendly to England, blah, blah, blah. Fine, maybe. I don't think so. This is a total tangent. At some point, Brian, we should have a mini segment where we get people on here to give like hot takes or something, because who was I talking to? I'm totally gonna ruin it. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, this is a whole tangent. I had a conversation with somebody and I can't remember who it is right now.
It's starting off great.
I know I'm doing a great job, Ed. It's fine. But about how Picardy and the channel are really bad for France, and they went through a bunch of different options, and they always don't work out. And I'm totally blanking on who it was, and I feel really bad, and I'm really sorry if it's you and you're watching this. I just can't remember. But I'm really interested to see how Hunter plays it because I think it's very anti-English. But I just want to see what happens. Okay.
I love the concept. We'll see if we can work that out.
Okay.
And if whoever the person who inspired that comment is
Yes, it was Jake. Sorry. Thank you, Chris. It was
definitely
Jake.
coming through. Clutch.
Thank you.
All right.
I
Okay.
will point out
Yeah.
in the short changing of names. I mean, we didn't even mention Hunter Catcher, and he was on that first page too. I mean, he won Boston Massacre perpetually. You know, he either seems to do really well or just suck. I think, and I say that as a friend of his. I think in France, he's got a good country for his personality, which is very dry, unoffensive, and can do what he wants. So this is probably Hunter's best France opening. This is what Hunter should do every time.
Okay.
All right. So we'll run those stats on Picardy, and we'll run them to see how Hunter compares against the average. So.
All right. I apologize, Brian, for the absolute tangent at the beginning of this game. Anyway, it is a big news from France. Opening to the channel of Picardy is decisive, and I don't think we have anything similar from anywhere else on the board. Jason moves to Tyrolia, which is flexible and fun, but not necessarily a red flag for anybody. Maybe Darcy won't like it, but we'll see. We've got a bounce in Galicia, a fist bump between Russia and Turkey. I think everything else is pretty standard. Okay, so Hunter is an English channel to support Darcy into North Sea. He also gets Belgium and Portugal, so he's up 2, and there's a German fleet in North. But there's also an Italian army in Munich. So, you know.
Thanks, Jason.
So Darcy has some wins and some losses in 01. So let's see. Russia gets Sweden. England gets Norway. Russia gets Romania with a fleet. Which is very pro-Austria, which is good because Turkey is in the Black Sea. We'll see if Claire builds a fleet instead of or an army. I hope she. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But either way, it looks like conflict between Russia and Turkey. And then Jason's just going to be chaotic Italy for now, I think.
I mean, I kind of love it for Jason, and I love it for Hunter. Those are the two that get the advantage here in 01.
I did just see Seb retreated to hell, which is really fun.
Yeah, so I did want to comment on Seth. When you've got a potential sea lion, which for those learning the parlance of the diplomacy hobby, that's whenever you've got a combined attack from Germany and France against England, sometimes including Russia as well. But when you've got that, you've got to choose how you're going to defend, and the classic way to do it is exactly what we saw Seth do here. Bounce Holland so that Germany gets weakened, and the idea is that you try and imbalance the alliance in France's favor and then cut a deal with France to move in on Germany. So that's the textbook way to approach this. That does seem to be what Seth is doing. So we'll find out how it works in this particular game.
I have to say, if I'm Germany, I'm so pissed if that's what happens.
This is what I do. Like, I mean, I don't know if I retreat to Helgoland, but I definitely bounce Holland when I.
It sucks. It sucks. Punish France.
You can't. That's the problem.
Yeah, but you're just dragging someone else down with you. I get it.
You got Adam saying wanted to see England disband north and build 2 armies. That kind of punishes France a little bit. So
yeah, thank you, Adam.
All right, so let's move on to winner of 1901. Or I'm sorry, I think I skipped okay, here we go. And take a look at those, and then I'll go to you, Ed.
Okay. England does take North Sea back, and just curiously, Darcy does not retreat to London, retreats to Norwegian. I guess he's just said, well, it can be taken back, so what's the point? That's my theory on that. And we do see this move of Munich to Burgundy, which the last time we saw this, Katie and I were on the stream together, and that was Gavin and Jamal who did that move, which is, I know Gavin has really made a, he's really proposed and advocated this move against France. So that's really good. And I think that's good for Darcy here. So
It's an AIR.
except for this Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia move, Darcy be looking great. The AIR here taking Bulgaria, but it's kind of hard, Katie, to have an AIR with one Austrian fleet. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, but you're gonna take back black, right? You've got 2 Russian fleets. I don't know. We'll see. I think they're all Australian, right? They're gonna triple.
It's in their DNA.
They have to. It's in their bylaws, I think.
All right. So we see Italy move back. Italy playing Italy like Italy. Back. Austria stabs Italy. Jeff was done with Jason's shenanigans, but Italy does get Paris, hilariously. That Munich army, and doesn't lose
Munich. How?
And Darcy doesn't lose Denmark. I guess they're tripling. It's a Western triple. This is with Italy. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I love it though. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't analyze games like this because I don't understand them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's rough.
All right, winner of 1902. Just to reset a little bit, we get Jeff putting down the fleet. So that tends to signify continued pressure against Italy. We get double armies from Darcy. So hopefully, for Darcy's sake, there's a good relationship with England. Otherwise, that's a little bit of a risk. Spring of 1903. What are we looking at, Katie?
Yes, I think Darcy and England do have an agreement. Well, I don't know, because I guess Darcy is supporting Sweden, or is Sweden supporting Norway? Maybe Sweden's supporting Norway.
But Norway is not supporting Skagerrak to Sweden. That's the one thing I know.
Yeah, they're supporting. Yeah, I think that is what Seth expected. Darcy does take back Munich, and I think we'll keep it. But yeah. I kind of agree with you, Brian. I feel like there should be England and German cooperation here.
The reason that's not happening is Darcy doesn't want to retreat to Denmark. I think we'll see now that Sweden will fall.
I think that's a good call. Well, no, you were wrong.
No, that's the same move.
Oh, it's the same moves. Oh, okay. Sorry.
No,
Okay. All right. I do think that's a good call. In the east, we've got Austria sort of pulling armies down towards Jason. Yeah. Thanks for going west, Jason. I'm gonna attack you now. That's Jeff's perspective. And then Thomas in Turkey takes Black Sea, takes Armenia, loses Bulgaria, gets into Aegean. So I think, I don't know. I don't like this as Turkey. You're not facing an AIR, but it is chaotic. So
I'm liking Jeff here.
You are or aren't? You cut out.
I like Jeff doing something different. I was trying to figure out who. I think I played with Jeff at some point.
All right. Well, this is 1903.
Oh my god! Now England doesn't take the support.
Yikes!
Is this me? Who is it?
It's Katie.
Oh, it's me. Didn't I just? Oh, still Samir. Okay. Yeah. So now England doesn't take the support. Instead says no. I'll convoy to Holland. It's risky. It's really risky. I don't know. I feel like it's boring for me to say this, but I really think like you need to find a friend in this game. And if you have the opportunity to make a friend because of all the chaos going on in the first 2 years, like I personally would lock into that. And I'd be like, let's just go. And yeah, I'll make slow progress, but I'll build trust. I don't like these games personally to play in. I don't like these games that continue on with like you're lying and every other year you're trading sides and all that kind of stuff. I just think it's stressful, it's chaotic, and I am not somebody who can benefit from that situation. Now, some people like that. Like we've seen Bradley take full advantage of that. We've seen other people take full advantage of that. But for me, I would be like, I would be just ready to go. So I am a little sad.
Katie, we get it. You don't like a snake pit. You're not message received. You're not a snake. You don't like the snake pit.
Okay,
you can't do it. But you don't want knife fights. You want green pastures where allies give you dots.
I like consistency, Ed. I like something I can think to. I like to be able to think 2 years in advance, even if I don't actually plan that far in advance. Okay. So England has chosen to jump on Darcy, and England is going up 1. Russia's going up 2. It's just a bad year for Jason and not a great year for Turkey. So
good year for Hunter Catcher.
It's a good year for it's also a good year for Russia, not just because they built to, but it's almost like that game we saw with Patrick before. Right now, you got F and G or E and G fighting. That's probably good for Russia. Germany's going to probably want to help Russia.
Yeah, EG fighting is great for Russia. Great in all situations, and especially in this one.
All right, so we do see Russia getting St. Petersburg back. Russia trying to work with Turkey here rather successfully because they have Italian support, and Turkey takes Greece, but that's really RT, although Claire's going to have to give up Bulgaria soon, I think, in this arrangement. Darcy gets Holland back, loses Denmark for his troubles,
and Norway
retreats to Norwegian, and that army, Jason's army, is into Belgium now. I mean, it's done the full European tour. Munich, Paris, Belgium. It's been to 3 countries. It reminds me of Brian's Broadcaster Brawl, where his army in Cannes made it all the way to Munich. So
I think I can.
In the fall, Darcy gets Norway back. Kind of rooting for Darcy here. With Claire's support.
And keeps Holland, yeah.
And keeps Holland. So I think this is right that Germany will get a build and has 1 place to build. Only down 1, up 2. I'm just looking at the East, and there's so many lines that I'm not sure what happens. And I think that the big thing is France is in the Ionian. Italy keeps Belgium. France still keeps Tunis. So what is the French-Italian relationship here? I think probably, I mean, on the one hand, France is supporting Belgium. Ionian's cutting Tyrrhenian to help. I don't know what they're trying to do. Fine.
I think they're trying to be Italian. They have Tunis.
It's an exchange. The Italian units are going through France, and we're going to see the French units touring
through Italy
soon. All right, winner of 1904. We've got a 7-center lead, or 7-center Russia in the lead, over a 6-center France, and then we've got a tie with Germany and Austria with 5 centers right behind. Take a look at those adjustments. And Katie, what do we look at?
Oh, not who do you like?
No, who like? We got too many games to get through, Ed.
I like France.
All right. That's it. We'll just do quick shout outs for who do you like,
Katie.
All right.
Yeah, France is fun. France is getting Naples. I think France will keep Naples. France does have some English pressure, but it's not going to lose Brest this year and can cover MAO. So, I think Hunter's pretty okay. And we'll have to see how long people want to still work with Seth. I would predict he would lose Denmark this year, but I don't know. We will see. Claire going around Austria in a weird, I guess, not going around Austria, setting up a better attack on Austria, I think is what Claire's doing. And Turkey continuing to move towards the Med. Is that a convoy into Greece? That's very fun. I like that a lot.
Love it.
I think they'll take Ionian. I think she'll be an Ionian. Yeah, so she's an Ionian. She's also in Serbia, which is very... Oh, no, sorry. This isn't Claire. This is Turkey. But Turkey's an Ionian and in Serbia. That's very fun. Is working with Claire, who is now attacking Austria. And now with the Turkish army in Serbia, I think that Claire will have Budapest shortly. Russia takes Norway. England does lose Denmark. Yeah, I guess France doesn't keep Naples, so
Yeah,
one
slight bone to
negative.
pick. Slight bone to pick with Hunter here. Should have self-bounced in Brest as opposed to supporting
Mhm.
Picardy here. I mean, you got to try and build some goodwill with Germany. You're both fighting England. I think I would have done that.
What
but
did Picardy do?
it supported Belgium, right? While Italy is attacking him in Naples.
Yeah. Agreed.
Oh, and the game ends 1906. Another early draw. We've got 8 center top for Claire Bradbury. Congratulations, Claire. Katie, how did Claire do it? What's the story of this game?
Well, I think there was a lot of chaos and she wasn't involved with it. Like the England-Germany fighting worked out in her favor, as it usually does for Russia. And she managed to find a friend in Turkey. And I think I wasn't expecting the game to end because I think Claire can keep making moves, but she's already topping, so why bother? Yeah, I think she just kind of like her last game. I think she just was she wasn't under threat. She was a little bit. She was a little bit early on, but then I don't know. She just managed to sort of channel that away from her.
I'm kicking myself as I yelled out, "I like France," because I also said I like Russia too, but that's true.
Sure.
She had a good relationship with Darcy. I think the story of her game is she survived and then she thrived. And sometimes that's what you got to do with Russia. Come on, Katie. You don't like my turn of phrase?
I think it's cute. Ed.
Yeah, Claire, I've been playing diplomacy for 12 hours. That is absolutely a thing. And also, I think it is not insignificant. That top came with 7th place over 8th place Darcy Morris. So was able to do what they needed to make sure from a league standpoint that they were not overtaken. So well done on that aspect. Johnny, I'm going to bring you in. Anything that you observed about that particular game?
No, a great game from Claire. I did want to say, Katie, don't worry. Next time that we're in a knife fight game together, I'll be your true ally.
Thanks, Johnny.
You're
Thank
welcome. I got you. Yeah.
All right. So with that, I believe it is Katie's turn. No, Ed's turn for a break. All right, Ed, go catch up on the horns.
No, I'm already in the surrender cobra for the game. I'm in the surrender cobra.
Get another cigar. You'll be okay.
God.
All right, go take a break. And then we're going to get our last early round game of the Virtual Diplomacy League. And then after this one, we'll switch over to Tour of Britain. So let's go ahead and transition us over to our final early round VDL game tonight. All right. So Johnny, why don't you introduce this game?
Sure. So in Austria, we have Kumar, Stefan, Steven, Stefan, whomever. Out of Australia, England is Julian. France is some guy named Peter McNamara. Germany is Liam Bennett out of Colorado, a great player. We love Liam on this stream. We love Liam in real life. Italy is Ben Kelman, a player with whom all viewers should be well familiar by now. A real threat, a great player. Russia will be Noah M, whom I don't know. And Turkey is Eldor, who is one of the creators of imperial diplomacy, which is one of the most impressive projects ever undertaken in the history of diplomacy as a thing. And El ran at the DipCon, an in-person imperial diplomacy, which was amazing and so cool. And I think that was that was at Carnage. And I think that was awesome, and huge props to Elle, and I'm rooting for Elle on this board.
Yeah, we're gonna try. It's gonna take a little bit of work on our side because we're so focused on classic, but we are gonna try and find a way to get some amount of coverage for imperial diplomacy on this channel at some point. So
What? Have you seen an imperial board?
I have seen an imperial board. That's part of the reason we haven't done it yet.
So much fun commentating that, Brian. God,
it's gonna be a trip for us to be able to do that. If I will give a shout out for that Carnage game specifically, there's a entire imperial community that is just thriving. So happy to see that. But they did their own coverage of that game live. I think it was 2 streams. One of them was like 10.5 hours or something. So really, really impressive. I will see if I can find a link and post it. But if not, you can just search for Imperial Diplomacy Carnage, and I bet it'll come up. Really, really fun to see that happen. And Elle, thank you for that. And with that, let's get back to our Virtual Diplomacy League game. Katie, what are the storylines you're looking at for this game?
I hinted to this when you were dealing with technical problems. I'm really not great at storylines because I don't know the overall context. I do know Peter McNamara is one of the best players of the game. I am rooting for Liam personally, and I don't know. I don't know. I truly don't know. Let's go to Johnny.
I don't know. Yeah.
I think that this one, I don't see any obvious ones from like a league or standings standpoint. So for me, this is going to be a mix of new players and veteran players. How that plays out is always a really curious thing for me. So some veterans are very good at working with new players, and there are others like myself. I tend to struggle with how to articulate concepts in a way that doesn't come across as I don't know, helps make people feel comfortable that I'm not being liars or so I don't know. I have a hard time building trust, I think.
You're not a noob whisperer.
I am not a noob whisperer at all, and there are some players that have that skill. Yeah,
our absent co-host is extraordinaire. I tried to learn it from him, but I failed. Marseille to Piedmont. There's one for you.
Ooh, fun. Oh, from Peter.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, great.
Oh yeah, so I'll start. So Marseille to Piedmont is really curious. Sometimes you see Venice to Piedmont. That's a little more standard. Marseille to Piedmont, you sometimes see a bounce there, and maybe there was some miscommunication. I've often thought it would be funny to agree to a bounce with France as Italy and then not do it and just wreck France's position. I've never done it because it's so antagonistic and petty.
There's no way Ben did, right?
But he might have done it by accident. He would never do it on purpose. Right. I wonder whether Peter just really likes his diplomatic position in the north and was like, the person that I am going to be fighting with for the top for whatever reason is Ben. And so he's going to die. And maybe that's what's happening here. I don't know. I think that's the most interesting thing happening on the board. I think Ben is a little bit sad to be in Trieste instead of having held in Venice. And Elle is opening to Armenia. And as much as I am rooting for her, I am on the record that I don't really like this opening that much most of the time. Piedmont might save her skin in this instance, but yeah.
And Peter wants to be in Piedmont. So, yeah. Same, my friend. Same.
Cool, cool. Why be in Piedmont when you could be in Tyrolia?
God, if we were only like one of the best players in the world and we could just do this shit.
I mean,
Fun.
there's kind of something to be said for this, right?
great,
Like you're
great.
going to attack France from the back, could have gone to Burgundy. I think that's what this is. I think we're going to see it's going to be an EF where Peter just has an army behind. And it also just like really screws with Ben, which I think is good if you're in Italy, if you're France, that's going to be in an EF. So I think you just watched Katie and me get schooled in real time by the legend Peter McNamara. So that was really cool. Meanwhile, it's a bounce in Belgium between England and Germany, which is a really bad sign if people are wanting to contain Peter. That's clearly not the priority in the West. And Ben is making some pretty curious moves. Trieste to Budapest, Ionian to Tunis. Venice had to be covered. I don't know if this is supposed to be an attack on Austria. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't. I mean, like, is it any different? Why why would you rather be in Budapest than Trieste if you want to attack Austria?
Yeah, maybe it's not an attack on Austria. I do think it's not good for Italy. Like, why do you want to be in Budapest at all?
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's just in response to there being a French army in Piedmont.
But Budapest is very far in the opposite direction.
Yeah. I mean, the Budapest, I've seen that as like an aggressive way to move the Italian army forward. Like the theory being, hey, we can get more armies on a line where it's more useful than sitting back in Trieste as a heavy alliance play kind of thing.
Yeah,
I don't
which is
like
fine.
it, but
I think that's fine. But then Vienna needs to be going to Galicia if that's the move.
Yeah,
this is just messy, I think. And it's good for Turkey though.
Well, I am going to pause just to go back to the Tyrolia move because chat loved it so much. We have Oh Tyrolia, we have Dang, and I think the best one, Peter, I love you. So, don't know how this is going to play out, but I think the entire diplomacy hobby is on the edge of their seats to find out. We go through what is the next move.
And the beautiful thing about Peter, here's the really beautiful thing about Peter, is I bet that when he moved to Piedmont, he didn't know this is what he was going to do. He just said, I like Piedmont. I'm going to go there. And then now he's in this great position.
All right, spring of 02, Katie.
He really likes Piedmont. He wanted to go back. He missed it. He said, what is Tyrolia except a worse Piedmont? Let me go back.
Almost did a spit take.
Okay, so Peter is back in Piedmont, and I think he's on Team Germany. Yeah, so there was a fleet build in Brest and London, and I mean, sure, English Channel the bounce could be arranged, but Peter's also moving up to MAO. Like, I think this is very much FG versus England, maybe, probably. And then you also have Russia helping out with Norway. So it looks like a sort of weird sea lion where that army is doing whatever Peter wants it to do, and it's just having fun. Ben is staying in Venice, but otherwise moving to Ionian. Just kind of lets himself lose Budapest. I don't think does he do anything with that? Is there an order?
He moved into Trieste. I think they meant to blow it up.
Yeah, I would think so, because why be there? Well, but then yeah. Okay, so it's probably like a weird slow AIR. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't really like it, to be honest. We have an attempted convoy across Black, which I love. It doesn't work, which I don't love. I do love Turkey is now an Ionian. So I don't know. This is a really strange East. So Turkey's an Ionian, still in Black. Really doesn't have a lot of threats, although I don't know. What is...
You're missing the crucial move.
Yeah, what am I missing? England's supporting it. You're right. It wasn't even. All right, Piedmont sucks. Let's go back to Tyrolia. Let's also take Belgium and English Channel and bounce in Burgundy. You know what? I don't even know. Can we just put Peter on? He's in the chat. Like, how can we talk about this? Okay, back to Toa. That's very fun. In the north, England takes Denmark, and Russia keeps Norway and supports England into Denmark. So it looks like there's England-Russia cooperation, which is very sad for my good friend Liam Bennett. And I believe he will come out of this next year. That's what I'm hoping for.
Winner of 02, we've got a Turkish fleet in the Ionian, which is always fun to see this early.
Ooh.
Fleet Trieste, because
Fleet Trieste.
why not? Because what are we doing in this East? And Tyrolia Sports Venice to Trieste. I love it. The convoy over the Black Sea. That's for you, Katie.
Yes.
For you
Yeah.
personally.
Good job,
I think
Elle.
I think it's arranged to pop the fleet and rum, and they're gonna push it through. I could be
so
wrong,
too.
but I think that's what this is, which is great. In the north, Peter moves everything against England and will succeed. Noah switches sides again, so is playing very much the Claire school of Russia, where you just switch between England and Germany every single turn and win. So I guess, yeah, the FG looks good. I kind of thought we were going to see another flip, but nope. Peter sticks on the FG train, and I like it for Peter. I do think it's dangerous for Liam in the long run, but it's a lot better than getting crunched. And I think we are setting up for RT here, because I mean, this AI has just been so dysfunctional. It's like with this one little unit in Piedmont, Peter has just sown destruction and chaos and rended the AI relationship from 1901. I don't know how, but it's wonderful. And I think it's time for Turkey to take advantage of that, and Russia. Nope, absolutely not. Elle says that was stupid. I would never want to do that. I want to attack Russia, who just let me have Romania.
Oh.
Okay, this is cool too. This is fine. I mean, I think this is a super viable AT position, and
Yeah.
you're picking up two. So, and yeah, I mean, you're in Ionian, you're in Apulia. It's totally fine this way. I wonder whether you want to have Russian presence in the north. Maybe not. Maybe you want to power up Germany and let Germany take some Russian centers in the north to push back against France, because you're going to attack Italy. So yeah, this is cool. Peter is up Liverpool, down Belgium. Even Liam is building 2. Am I reading that right? 2 builds for Germany. So that's pretty good.
Go, Liam.
Yeah, I think Liam should build a fleet and go take Norway and Sweden at this point, honestly. You could have a question here about whether it's better to prop up Russia against this AT, but if I was Liam, I would say that I need a corner, I need centers, because I'm going to need to fight Peter sooner or later. And Tyrolia goes to Trieste, because it hasn't gone there yet.
Liam putting down 2 armies with those adjustments. We've got, take a look at these others. And what are we looking at? No 4, Katie.
We have Austria taking back Trieste, and we have Russia taking back Sev. So everyone wants their home centers back. Understandable. Yeah, it's really just AT at the moment. For now, I guess I should say for now. In the north, Germany's in north with help from Noah. So Germany-Russia cooperation. No convoy onto the island from Peter, but he's an NAO, so at least England. Oh, they're going to take Eddie, right? There's nothing stopping Eddie, so somebody will be in Eddie, probably Peter. And then Julian retreats into Holland, and I imagine that Liam is going to spend the fall taking that back. That's my guess. And also moves to Bohemia, because he said, why should Peter have all the fun? I also want to have some say in what happens in Austria.
I like Bohemia. If you're going to be working
Yeah.
with Russia, go work with Russia. Go get Vienna or something.
Yeah. Or work with Peter and
That
try
too.
to take it.
That too.
And you know what? You should work with Peter, because if you work with Peter, you get London, you get back Holland. No, you don't get in Vienna, but you know what? That's fine. Peter gets Eddie. This France-Germany alliance is going great. Peter's obviously moving very far south because of his one fleet moving to Western Med. And oh no, he does have an army in Marseille, which means he can't build a fleet there.
But
But
Katie, he had to go to Marseille.
he's
Can't
gonna
you see?
he
Can't
had
you see
to.
that he had to go to
He had
Marseille?
to. And so he's gonna have to build his fleet in Brest, but don't
Yeah.
worry, it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, this is not looking good, actually, but at the moment, Liam is up one build from London, and because he takes back Holland, and then in the east, Turkey takes back Sebastopol. Ben gets back Antonian, and I think loses Trieste. Austria stays in Trieste, and I think it's still AT.
Yep.
In the east.
All right, winner of 1904. We will do Who Do You Like with a one word. one.
Oh, look at that! Look at that purple line. Oh, Julian. Yeah. Good try.
Do I get to go first with Who Do You
Go
Like?
first,
Peter.
Johnny. Peter.
Ah,
All right.
ah.
Katie. if
There you
not
go, Katie.
Peter.
L.
All right. Winner of 1904. We've got our
No.
two.
Fleet Ank is not the right build.
Army Inc. It's an
Army.
army.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Fleet Ank actually would have been better. Fleet Ank. I would have preferred that.
All right. So I know we're trying to go quick, but I am curious to get your take on that, Johnny. Why is that the wrong one?
You need another fleet to break Ionian. Western Med is liable to prop Italy up, and you don't really. There's also Tyrolia and Bohemia, so your progress against Italy is really stalled, and you need another fleet to go make any progress there. I mean, maybe Army Ank is going to set up to. Honestly, in light of the fact that you're not getting anywhere against Italy, maybe you need to stab Austria finally. And maybe that's what Army Ank is for. If
Yeah,
that's the case,
because-
I hate it less.
Because if Western Med is at a prop of Italy, that's 4-on-4, even
over.
if you build a fleet.
Yeah, maybe it's time to cut a deal with Ben and release the Kraken. We'll find out.
Maybe. Is it me? Oh, it's me. Liam is stabbing Peter. This is very exciting. Peter moves back to Piedmont. And Liam knew that Peter was going to move back to Piedmont because of course Peter was going to move back to Piedmont and walks right into Tyrolia behind. And is in the North Sea. I think this is good. I think this is a good idea. I don't know that you're going to get any dots immediately off of Peter, but you're working closely with Russia. That's really the key, right? Between Germany and Russia, you have fleet superiority in the north.
You get
You're sitting
Eddie.
in Burgundy. You do get somebody gets Eddie. I don't know if it's you, but yeah, somebody's going to get Eddie. But I think in the long term, you're going to win this fight, and this really sets you up in a position to dominate the board, especially with Eastern Chaos. So good stuff from Liam. That's a thumbs up for me. And nothing much is happening in the East, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's... So now Austria stabs Turkey.
Yeah.
That's too bad. I think this is a good idea from Austria. I hate that they're taking two centers and only have one place to build. I think Austria just had to do something different, right? The plan clearly wasn't working. You had to change it up. It's really going to depend on what's going to happen from here, right? Because nobody else is really committed to being in a war with each other. You've committed against Turkey, but you can't hold off against everyone if everyone comes on, crunches in on you now. So there's a real diplomatic task for Austria to find a friend. Maybe Russia is your friend until they get Sev back, but it'll be interesting to see who's Austria's friend in the long run. Germany gets Edinburgh. You were totally right. So that's fantastic. This is great for Liam. This is really, really good for Liam. And yeah, that's it. It's good. Miss the guest on Marseille, but that's fine. You're picking up a build. France is going down.
Okay, so in the spring, France takes back London, which is forced to disband because Russia moves into North. Now, if Russia stays on side, it's still fine. It is a really nice position for Russia to... I mean, I just see a really sad fall turn in the works for Liam if Russia walks into Denmark, which is open, walks into Eddie if Liam doesn't cover it, Could be really sad. Could be really sad. But he is in Piedmont, which, as we know, is like the best place to be.
It's actually
So-
huge here.
It's actually kind of fun because he's also in Burgundy. It's still 2-on-2. I don't think he's getting anything probably, but wait, he's in Burgundy, Piedmont, and Picardy.
Yeah.
I mean, no, maybe Peter can still cover everything. I'm not sure. But Noah takes back Sev, and Ben gets to Aegean, and finally has really nobody on his tail in the middle. And yeah, there's like IT working together again against Turkey, which yeah, we kind of saw from last year. So AIR, really late AIR.
Classic
Yes.
AR.
Classic.
I
You
think-
hate it.
Wow. I was just getting ready to say you totally take Denmark here, right?
Yeah, and Eddie,
Guess not.
you could
I
have
guess
walked
you
in the
don't.
boat. But you get Sev, and you know what? It depends how long this game's gonna go. You get back Sev, you still have a friend. Germany's losing London, so it's gonna go down 1.
Yeah, that patience
Yeah.
could pay off for Noah.
Mhm. Yeah.
The question is going to be, will they be able to like take advantage of it? Because with one adjustment, where are you going to put that down? Is that really going to help you in the north? So
Well, it
No,
might. I mean, Ben's in Turnian Sea. Noah's in Armenia, which probably is not getting anything from Ankara, but like, it's offensive, right? They're not playing defense, and Ben is going after France. So
Yeah, I think these moves from Ben have been really strange. He could have had Khan there if he'd have just gone there, but instead he tapped Greece and went to Lyon. I think Ben's just been stuck at 4 for so long that his brain is starting to ooze out of his ears, and he's just doing whatever he can think of to do. The Piedmont thing just he never recovered.
all right, your turn, Johnny.
Sure. And he puts Germany into Marseille. So finally nobody's in Piedmont.
Great.
Unfortunately, he is going to lose Venice because
Yeah,
Stefan has attacked him, which I think was a predictable outcome of this set of moves, but that's okay. Meanwhile, the attack continues for Liam. Getting the support there into Marseille was huge because Picardy is getting blown up. And Peter is in the North Sea, which is bad. And North Sea has retreated to Denmark, which is very bad. And you have to wonder whether Peter and Noah didn't arrange this. Because North Sea could have retreated to Norwegian, to Skagerrak. Like,
But NAO did support Liam into Liverpool, which cannot be taken
yeah,
unless NAO works with.
yeah, it did.
You're right, unless it's France, Russia.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think Denmark is just like an unnecessarily hostile idea. Like like you can just go to Norwegian and then Kiel can cover Denmark in the fall if that's what we're worried about. So I don't know. I think that was a weird move.
then
If I was Liam,
Holland-
I'd be super pissed.
I'm trying to give this GR the benefit of the doubt. I'm hoping.
It might not be over. It might have just been like a weird move that happened. That sometimes happens, but I'd be upset. Yeah, there it is.
Could have moved out from yeah, it's bad. Okay, boo, boo, Noah, boo.
I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is really good for Noah. Like, this is a very, very good shift of play. This entire balance of power just completely flipped from one side of the board to the other. Really, like, I like this a lot.
It's brilliant. It's
You know what's best
brilliant.
for Noah? Noah convoyed across the Black Sea using a Turkish fleet into an Austrian Romania. So I can't. I mean, I'm really sad for Liam, but I can't be that mad at it. It is a really fun turn for Russia.
And look at Peter, right? They set it up so that Germany would get into Liverpool in the spring, and then Peter was going to support Russia into a dot that's currently French. I mean, Peter's getting Belgium and Eddie to make up for it, right? But what a good deal for Russia.
And also losing Spain. Like, I think Peter's neutral. So it's
Yeah,
really
Peter
good
is
for Russia.
It's
really good.
incredible for Russia to have
Yeah.
negotiated that. I mean, so impressive. I would not have expected ever to be able to negotiate that deal as Russia. And it was really well done. And you're in the North Sea and you're in Denmark and you're building like 3 and you have a friend in Turkey, and this is really good play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, McCallus in the comments, shout out to L for not dying and game back on. So yeah, this turn is one of the most dynamic from a completely shifting the balance of power that I've seen in quite a while for just one single turn. And there was a lot that went in to set this up. And Katie, I think you kind of touched on that a little bit last year. So really, really like what I'm seeing from Noah there as we go into 1907. Take a look at those adjustments, and then why don't you take us through '08, Katie?
Yeah, so Peter back in North Sea, but I mean, who cares? He's gonna lose Edinburgh. Yeah, he's gonna lose Eddie. Yeah, Noah's doing freaking great. Is in Galicia. Turkey puts themselves into Bulgaria. Kind of like, yeah, what is Austria gonna do? Say no, you can't have it? Like, I don't know. I think they're kind of just maybe trying to be like a janissary, maybe trying to just make a friend. I don't know. Ben, wait, hold on. We're on DBN. We can't be talking about Italy moving away from Portugal like this. You can't do this. Yes, you get Marseille. That's great. Good job. But you're Italy. You're not allowed to leave Portugal alone. It's against the rules. So Ben, I don't know about this. We will see. I do think Ben gets back Venice though, right? Because he's going to be in Apulia and he's in Rome, and there's now nothing holding Venice. So Ben will take back his home center. We'll see if it's worth Portugal. I don't know.
I think going to Marseille here was very strange. Wouldn't you rather be in Portugal and Spain if you have two fleets as Italy than Marseille and Spain?
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Well, you lose Marseille anyway because you're not supporting it. Okay. You do take back Venice, so that's fun. But then Turkey's in Ionian, and there's a there's a Russian-Turkey alliance, so it's not going to be great. It is a great year for L. L gets Bulgaria, is in Ionian, has a friend in Noah. Noah also having an absolutely great turn, absolutely wonderful. Takes back North, takes Eddie. Yes, loses Liverpool, whatever, because Germany's moving away from Russia. It's all coming up Noah. This is really nice. I guess technically Austria is now in Galicia, but like, who cares? There's 3 Russian armies around it, and Germany's moving away from you. This is really good. Liam's in Belgium. So I think, what does this do for Peter? He's up 1, down 1, up 1, down 1. Is he neutral again?
I think so.
Yikes. Okay. Cool. What? This is a great Russian game. This is so fun.
Yeah.
Was it a fleet?
Yep, it's a fleet.
To rebuild from retaking Venice, maybe. It's kind of defensive. It's kind of weird.
Build fleet Naples against Ionian, I think. Well, no, he has 2. Because he's cut a deal with Peter because he attacked Spain after he had already gotten stabbed by Austria, but then now feels bad and now feels like he wants to let Peter back into the game and rebuild.
I don't know. Peter ruined your game by going to Piedmont. I think you should take what you want.
That's probably the answer right there.
I think so too. Yeah.
All right. Okay, spring of 1909. Do we draw?
No. I don't think Peter draws here.
Noah draws.
Yeah, Noah draws.
Yep. We do not draw. Johnny, what do we see?
Noah maybe should have drawn because we are seeing Heligoland Sea convoy Holland into Denmark. So finally we have the coalition forming against Noah. Noah actually has the units to cover everything for the... No, not in the north, not quite. Yeah, so this is pretty bad for Noah. I mean, that's always the problem as Russia, is that if everyone attacks you, you...
Well, not Turkey. El's a great friend.
Not Turkey. It's true, not Turkey. And if you're retreating into Bulgaria, we'll see how El feels about that. Maybe El is grateful to your friendship and is okay with you being in Bulgaria.
El's in Tyrrhenian Sea. What does she care?
What is she? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Italy and Austria are still fighting. Italy and Austria will be fighting until the end of time. That's just the way that things are happening here. I think it's all going to come down to the 3-person the balance within the three people in the north to determine who is going to top this board at this point. Yeah, so those are curious moves. I don't think this is coalition on Noah. I think that coalition lasted one spring turn, so that's really good if you're Russia, right? I mean, you would rather not have France in North Sea, but also France and Germany are wasting their moves bouncing 2 versus 2 in Burgundy instead of attacking you, so that's quite good. Skagerrak in Sweden is a nice defensible position, so this is not too bad, really at all for Noah. Noah gets Romania back, keeps his friend in Turkey, who is going to grow. So this is really not too bad. I think this is still going to be Turkey's game, or sorry,
Yeah,
Russia's game most likely.
yeah, Russia's game, but also now Turkey's in Western Med, so they
Which
so
is
fun.
awesome. And
So fun.
Italy goes to Piedmont for the first time in this game. Italy's the
Walk
first
into
power
Spain.
to make it Piedmont.
Well, I guess there's Marseille, but oh yeah, great Italy. Yeah, Ben found that Piedmont was one place to be.
He jumped on the Piedmont train, yeah. Ukraine is pretty bad for Noah, though.
Oh yeah, I thought Noah was
pretty
gonna get a
annoying.
build.
I did
You're
too,
right.
yeah.
You're right. Well, you can cover things. It's kind of awkward, but
Yeah, the saving grace is that in the Virtual Diplomacy League, games are time limited. Most games end in 1910. It's possible if they're slow, 1909. Sometimes they'll get to 11, but 10 is average. So, assuming this is the last turn, that Ukraine would be worse if this were probably not the final year.
Yeah.
Also, there is a 3 center gap that will be difficult to close, even if they were to lose 1. They just need to not lose 2 or 3, and everyone else agrees. All right, so spring 1910, we draw with Noah M in the lead with the 9-center Russian board top. Johnny, how did this happen?
I mean, it was a great game from Russia, right? Look at this. Look at the supply center chart, right? Up to 7 in 1902, dips all the way down to 5 in 1903, plateaus, and then just finds a way to shoot back up. I mean, you rarely see that kind of motion in a supply center chart. It's really, really impressive. I think I think that in some ways Peter did this by opening to Piedmont. I really do. I think that just scrambled the East so much. I think Ben and Stefan both made some pretty questionable choices in terms of who to stab, when to stab, who to work with, when to work with them. I think Elle played a scrappy game, like McCullough said. Elle, you kind of see like, yeah, it is glorious. You see Elle has like a similar rise, fall, and rise again to Russia does on the supply center chart, so that's nice. Obviously, Ben didn't take Portugal, which is I was the first to fail to take Portugal in a really bad way, in a way that I still haven't lived down. That was like 3 years ago, and so it has to be called out when it's seen. But yeah, diplomatically, I mean, Noah just played everybody off each other, won the North against 2 excellent players. Great stuff. Can't ask for more.
and I think really did stab when it made sense to do so. Like I was sad because I was rooting for Liam, but it was a good move and it really worked, and it's kind of obvious why and how. So that was a good choice.
Yeah, totally. And then was able to get back with Liam like two
Yeah.
seasons later, which is
Yeah.
really not easy to do.
I think a lot of people tend to say, okay, you did stab me, but it worked and it was a good move, and then they're more willing to do it, as opposed to like, that was stupid, you're never going to get anything out of me, and then that's when you can't rekindle some sort of relationship. So
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're gonna stab well.
Yeah, and they did.
Ed, what was your take on that game?
This is the worst day I've ever experienced in college football.
Okay.
A&M winning, OU winning. I could give you a lot of comments on the OU Texas game. From what I paid attention to in this game, it looks like Peter McNamara is overrated.
All right.
Somebody told me that once. I can't remember who it was, but
It was
I heard that
Darcy.
before.
Darcy.
I know. I was Darcy. I was kidding.
Now Ed. All right. So now we just need one more, and it's no longer an abnormality. It becomes a trend. All right. So with that, let's see. Katie, you get the break, and we are going to cross the pond and we're going to head over to the Tour of Britain. I need to share a different screen than that one. And I do want to give a caveat that I have not double checked all of these scores. So I'm going to show some stuff. And if anyone in chat knows that something is wrong, please call it out. Well, is incorrect, I should say. But Tour of Britain, let's go ahead. I'm going to mark this so I can find it later.
You're kidding. Justin Lohr is #1 in a league? I haven't seen that before.
That's why I said it's incorrect, not wrong. So Justin Lohr in first. This is after the June games. So this we're going to be covering July, and just there's 3 or 4 games left that we have not seen, and for timing we're not going to be able to cover them all. So we're just going to cover 2. So we'll do our July game and the most recent game. So with that, we've got Justin Lohr coming in to tonight's broadcast in first. Isaac Jukes, Ben Kelman, Jaden Christian Brown, Claire Bradbury, David Wigglesworth, rounding out your top 7 with a tie, obviously. And then Micah Blom right behind. Tim Crosby, who has won the league in the past, is at 8. And Astronaut in 10. So we've seen several of these players already tonight, and we're going to get to see how they play in a different league with different rule set. These games will end in 1910. They are year limited, and the scoring is one that it's mainly center based. Primarily, without getting into it. So with that, let's take a quick look at our players. And Ed, I'm going to go to you to lead this one off.
Justin Lohr, we need to start a fund for him to have a life. The most boards
He
in
does have a
BDL,
life.
the
He has
most
a
boards in Tour of
partner.
Britain.
He has a good job. Come on now.
I mean, this is that he has all this time to play diplomacy is sad and amazing at the same time.
Justin, love you.
And then we've also got Darcy.
Oh, is he not playing? Yeah, Darcy. Oh, it's a competition.
Yes.
Yeah, Darcy does need a life.
Claire's
that's
jumping
true.
into that. Claire's inching in on that too. There's a lot of overeager beavers.
All right. So taking a look at our players and switching over here, we are going to just get right to it. Ed, take us away.
I don't even know who's playing what.
Before we start,
as I look at the,
it's just important to note that Micah is playing Austria declares Russia again. We've seen this before tonight.
Yeah, and we covered that game. Yeah. I like this little English opening here. You don't see the Edinburgh move enough, in my opinion. Nothing's jumping out at me. Convoy to Belgium. France takes 2 and goes to Aurora. We saw that before with Aurora. Convoy to Tunis. And this time we did see this attempt, but not with Micah, but Austria risks Greece to either bounce Russia or puts Turkey into Romania. It is not good for Turkey to be in Romania and not Bulgaria. This is a great move if it's a bounce, not a terrific move for Turkey if it succeeds.
Before we go too far, Peter coming in with the stats.
Darcy's winning.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Yes. So this game was played in July, and Claire agreeing. This was all that time passed, and here we get that relationship again. Yeah, Jason here too. So lots of fun on this one. What do we see in the fall?
We talked about it.
Winner of 1901.
You know, the next time that someone proposes to me to go to Romania as Bulgaria in that situation, I'm going to say, I got a better idea. You go to Romania from Serbia.
Yeah.
It's the same difference.
Yeah, I have made this mistake many times. When I first started playing with the Weasels, we had the opening. The Sunstrom was like almost the default. So you would typically see Smyrna into Armenia, and one of the ways that Russia would actually defend against that was to try and get Turkey out of position, get them into Romania, because the defensive position is so much weaker there, and it really creates some opportunities for an AR. So that's what I'm going to be watching for here to see whether or not that flip takes place.
Yeah, it's very possible. I often do. Yeah, exactly. I often do tell Austria, yeah, we can put 2 on rum, but all you, Tiger. If you want to risk Serbia, go for it. And this is exactly why, right? Micah takes rum and bull. It's amazing for Austria. Here's the AR that we were thinking might happen in the last game and kind of did, kind of didn't. It's great. And Tim in Italy is being attacked by Chris in France because Chris is playing a fast tempo EF. And that gives AR all the cover they need to take their time, take out their enemies, build some fleets. So it's a good AR start. I don't know if it's going to continue, but it's good. EF is doing really well. They're in Holland. Ruhr gets popped. That's too bad, but the position is strong and quick. And it looks like Claire is doing nothing with Sweden, which is an interesting choice, but it does look like Christian and Claire have some kind of tension, right? Because Kiel to Baltic doesn't really make any sense. Kiel should be going to Heligoland. So it's an inefficient defense against the EF, and the EF will do very well if they don't break up.
This is why I don't like that move to Ruhr.
I think it's okay sometimes, but it really has to go with a bounce in Holland. If you can bounce in Holland and go to Ruhr, then it's really good. Otherwise, Ruhr's just kind of stranded there. These are really wonky moves. I mean, I guess it's cool. I guess maybe you were hoping Sweden would tap Baltic, or that Baltic would do something other than sport hold Denmark. You didn't have better moves to do, so you might as well have fun if you're EF. This is fine. I enjoy this attempt. In the south, France is doing really well against Italy, Tuscany, North Africa, and they're getting a rebuild, so you're probably going to see a Fleet Marseille. So this is a France that might just straight up beat Italy tactically, which would be pretty cool. But Claire flips on Micah here, unfortunately. So Micah is only going to go up 1, and No is going to lose Trieste. So this is terrible for Micah. So Micah got too big, everybody freaked out and flipped on her. This is a risk that you run as Austria if you are growing like that. Tim had nothing to lose. I think Micah really should have covered Trieste. I guess it was just a guess, but I think covering Trieste here is what you need to be doing. And yeah, it's too bad. It's good for Claire, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it wasn't some kind of arrangement that Claire gets Romania back. I know that there's Black Sea support, but Bulgaria has not even entered an order to support Romania. Yeah, it would have been cut, but fine.
Well, maybe Claire can answer in the chat then. Why then is Rum not going to Sev from Sev so that Sev can build another fleet and take the Black Sea? If you're getting an AR and you're going to give Rum to Russia, that's fine, but it has to be the fleet in Sev, right?
Well, yeah, that's actually a great point. I don't know if it was, these things sometimes go through really quickly, but Sev is under threat, right? But you don't know Turkey's going to support you. Yeah, I mean, I see it, but I'm really saddened for Tim Crosby here. I actually saw this position and thought that Spain would convoy to Tuscany, and he didn't even cover Tuscany. And instead, with all those units, right, to be like, at first I thought, is Micah giving him a build here? I'm not 100% saying that Micah didn't do that also, but it doesn't seem like she would want to give Romania and Trieste, and Tim's moving to Venice, so I don't think it's arranged. But I don't know. This is bad. Yeah, this is just what the doctor ordered for Chris Kaliko.
Exactly.
All right, winner of 02. Take a look at those. And go to 03.
All right, so France has decided to take Belgium here. I can't think it's by agreement. Otherwise, Paris would have gone to Burgundy. And is following up with Western Med and Mid-Atlantic has halted the attack, retreats into Tyrrhenian Sea. Austria takes Munich. So I think that A and I are, if they were off their skis, they're back on, and Russia's still working, and Austria's still working with. They're working together with Khan being taken now.
Yeah, it's an air now.
So it's an air now, and that's really good for Micah from this position that could have imploded. Especially if France was backing off, Italy could have done some big damage to Micah here. Let's see. Yeah, England gets to Ruhr but loses Belgium. Can't be possible. I mean, in the north, I guess Skagerrak gets blown up, but I don't think Darcy will be disappointed with that in light of what's happened.
Yep.
In the fall, France reconvoys back to Gascony, doesn't move Tyrrhenian. In the west, poor Germany here as Russia gets in on the spoils with Berlin. Germany gets to Norway, but no place to, well, it doesn't matter. Wouldn't be building anyways. But Russia is helping Germany in, so it's anti-RG here. Whatever the R, I don't really know, because France is helping Germany and taking Berlin. Okay, fine. And it's all stasis in the east as they whittle Turkey away. But it's going to be a really successful air if no one is fighting the air in the west.
And if you got Germany as your janissary, right? Germany
Taking
attacking
Marseille.
France, attacking England, and letting you walk into the German home centers. I mean, yeah, they're going to have the board if they want it. Nope. Micah says, I'd rather have the Russian centers than run the board with an air. Which, I mean, I don't think it's a bad call. Right? Galicia, Rum, Smyrna. It's a pretty good stab. It's a good position. I think the only thing you're worried about is Tim Crosby going to poke you for Greece here, but you can cover it. So I like this move. I mean, you're going to lose Munich, right? But like in the long term, what does Austria really get in the air? Is Munich that stable anyway? Maybe not. So yeah, go and get your piece. Get Warsaw, Sev. I don't hate this.
It's a good deal with Jason too. Jason may have pitched it, right? Because Micah will get both Turkish centers, and I imagine we'll tell Jason that she'll put him into Sev.
Into Sev, yep. Yeah, Jason may have pitched it. It's a good point. You wish you had an army, but it is what it is. Christian is going to get disbanded from Marseille, or retreated from Marseille into Spain. So that's fun for Christian. Chris, I think, is really regretting that stab on England. Or if he's not, he should be, because he really just kind of screwed the Western position for very little gain. And you're seeing that here. I think he's going to lose kind of the whole South. And Darcy is throwing everything at Scandinavia. For some reason.
Well, I think he's trying to say, hey, we got to fight the air.
But he's just going to get London walked into, right? Like, I don't...
So it depends on Chris.
We'll see. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I don't know. I don't know that these were the right moves for Darcy, but I do see what you're saying.
I mean, how can England and France not work together here? But Chris may be like, dude, the game's over. I'm just going to try and, build what I can.
Well, and the air broke, right? So now maybe you have a little bit more wiggle room. I don't know.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so Brandon's talked to me about a concept that he calls a hopeful pleasant, and that's where you convince yourself so fully through the way you're reading the board and you're negotiating that something is a certain way and then you are so so enthused by that idea that you miss seeing some other items. So I've been in that situation many times, and that's kind of what Darcy's position looks like a little bit to me, where I'm so convinced that maybe, oh yeah, I've convinced Chris that we've got to turn around and stop this air, and they're on board. There's no other way they could see it, and then make moves that that is not the case. So,
It's a very Brandon turn of phrase.
yes, definitely. All right, fall of 04.
So Chris takes London. Darcy takes Belgium. Darcy takes Norway. Okay, so Darcy is
And Darcy takes Sweden.
growing. No, Sweden stays German.
Oh, he's not. Yeah, person. You're right.
Yeah.
Sweden becomes German.
Right. Stays German from the spring. The dot will go to Germany. Yeah. So Darcy is going to get to build. This is just dipsy doodle is a kind word for what's going on in the West. It's just a mess. The German Spanish army it's just a mess. Nobody's working with anybody. Nobody has any idea what they want to do or who their partners are. I don't think there's a single alliance in the West. Yeah, this is not good. I don't think the winner of this board will come from the West. I think it will come from the East, where Micah is picking up Ankara and Smyrna and Romania and Sevastopol. So 4 builds, 2 places to build them. That's fine. Put them in the pocket. Put them down later. No problem. Jason says, I don't care that I'm getting eliminated. You know who I want to win this game? Micah. So whatever Micah did to deserve that, round of applause. This is, I mean, I don't see how Russia or how Austria doesn't top this board.
I know he didn't have a choice, but I think Tim really needed to advocate for Greece if it's at home. Otherwise, it's all kaput. I mean, he's got to build. I think he's got to build Army Venice here, probably. But Micah's got 2. She's going to take Trieste back. Yeah, it's all Micah, which is great. I mean, she's a great player. So this is.
Yeah. I mean, Tim did tap Greece. That might have been agreed. Micah might have just bounced out Greece and said, "Nope, sorry, I'm first, you're second. You're gonna have to deal with that." And if you're Tim in this position, like, what are you gonna do? Fight? You just say, "Okay, I guess."
I mean, there's
so.
nothing you can do, right? Like, yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's Micah has the high side of the coin on the alliance. It depends on whether Tim wants. I mean, like, who can fight Micah? Nobody,
Mm-mm.
right? Like, I would take this position 10 out of 10 times. If I'm
Yep, me too. And Micah stabs Tim. Sorry, this is you, Ed.
I think she's just asserting her authority over the board by this set of moves. She's basically got Trieste in pocket whenever she wants it. She can support Munich now. She's not fighting Claire anymore. She's like, go fight other people. Like, Micah doesn't care at this point. If she wants everyone else to play their little games and they don't want to draw, fine. But this set of moves is like, I'm unstabbable. I'm not going to lose anything. You go play your reindeer games.
So I'd like to know from the players who are in Dip Chat if any draw proposals were going. But while we're waiting on those responses, is it like, does Claire say no to a draw? I mean, not Claire. I'm sorry. Does Micah say no to a draw here? Is there anyone on this board that would not want a draw here?
I don't know Micah's position in the overall standings. I mean, I don't think she can solo for this position, but like, because it's hard to do an Austrian solo, but you know, it's not out of bounds.
I think she's in Munich. Everybody in the West hates each other and is in a death match. Warsaw, Moscow, Trieste are going to be yours. Tim's walking the other way. If you want to find me an Austrian viable solo in 1905, this is not a bad.
Yeah, that's viable, right?
Yeah,
like,
I mean-
was saying, that's the only thing I can think of why Micah wouldn't want to draw, which is what Brian asked. Like,
Yeah.
you know, lock her place on the top board. But I'm not. It seems like that's going to be a bridge too far. It's really up to Tim on how he wants to play it.
All right, fall of 1905.
So Micah doesn't take Trieste, but she still has 2 builds in pocket. everything else is sort of my normal expression of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Darcy takes St. Petersburg. Darcy gets London back. It's pretty good for Darcy. Maybe he was vetoing a potential draw. I see Macau saying no A draw here. Yeah, but on the other hand, you actually you have to keep taking centers.
So there's must be bonus points for taking centers once you get above 11. So that's how you increase and maximize your score. So anything that you're getting above 11 centers is going to add stuff that is more difficult for other people to get. So
okay, but then she's got to start taking centers. Not yet, but 06 she'll have to start taking centers if that's the goal, and she'll obviously have so many units to do it if she wants.
all right, winner of 05. And how big does Micah get?
I mean, that's a good start, right? Warsaw's a walk, and Moscow is also a walk. So there's 2 more, and Trieste is guaranteeable. So if she wants 3 in this fall of 06, she can have them. Tim's units are all between. She has 1 unit east of Venice, or Tim does rather. So that's good if you're Austria. Obviously, she doesn't have an easy way to build fleets. That's a problem here. I mean, what is there to say about the English and French and German and Russian moves, right? All of the people on this board who need to be coordinating are stabbing each other with dull forks, trying to trying to get somewhere. It's not. There's nothing happening here. I think Austria can solo this game by 1910. I don't know if she will, but I think she could.
All right.
Okay, she takes Kiel. That's the way to do it. Warsaw and Moscow are still in the bag. Actually, Claire gets a build. You might want to avoid that if you're looking. No, this is good. This is a good.
She'd
way.
rather have the fleet.
Yeah, this is a good way. The fleet.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, I mean this is if you're going for the solo. Kiel's good. The more units you can have over the stalemate line, the more chance you have of keeping that 18th center. You're gonna have to start taking Italian centers at some point. But Italy is even. Italy does not build.
Grow. Italy does not grow.
He just gets more and more enmeshed in this fight. So yeah, I think the solo is on. Solo is absolutely on for Micah. There's hardly any. I mean, Darcy's moves are not good. Tim's moves are not good. Nobody's moves are good. There's no reason to go over these other people's moves.
Well, yeah, but I don't think you want. Yeah, you want Russia on. You don't want Russia on 3. I don't know why Russia building is helpful. Do you think to take St. Petersburg? So like, she builds an army, goes to Livonia, helps you quicker. Maybe.
I think if Claire is committed to helping you into centers, it's worth giving her a build for her to keep putting you into centers. Because one build for this Russia is not going to prevent you from taking all of their centers, right? You can still have Warsaw, Moscow, whatever you want. So keep it up if you can. And most likely, like you say, it's going to go against St. Petersburg.
All right, winner of 06, get Army Warsaw, Fleet Brest, got Austria on 12 centers, and it's 1907, so there are 3 game years to play. Question is, will the rest of the board be capable and have the willingness and the desire to prevent Micah from reaching a solo?
They did the right moves where Warsaw goes to Livonia, Sev goes to Moscow. St. Petersburg is assured now. So Micah can take I would have liked to see Romania go to Sev, and then maybe Claire puts her into St. Petersburg. I mean, I can't imagine Claire's actually helping Micah get a solo. I don't. Maybe they're not. Maybe she doesn't perceive it that way, or maybe she's just so upset. But Tim building in Marseille is a tad of an issue. So I think it might be time, if you really were going for the solo as opposed to these bonus points, to take Trieste here. I don't know if Johnny agrees or not, but fine. I do like how England and France still are working against each other. Italy and Liverpool. Yeah, Italy's going to take Portugal now. I think you gotta take Trieste back if you're Micah. You have to if you're looking for the quote solo. If you're just looking for the highest board top possible, not soloing, then keep Tim focused west.
Yep. Katie was asking if second place gets points. My understanding is that second place will still get points even if there's a solo. I won't swear by that. That's just based on my quick skim of the rules, but I believe so.
So, tad disappointing. I think if you're Micah, you do take Serbia, you do take Warsaw. I would have preferred Claire put the army in St. Petersburg if the two of you were working together, but maybe not. Micah does take Berlin though, so that's +4 for Micah, which is pretty good. Gets her to 16.
17. She took Holland.
And Holland 17. So the question is St. Petersburg, right? And
Venice.
if they have an extra year, oh, can she do it? I think she
Venice.
could definitely do it. She take
Yeah.
Venice, yeah, Venice. But Venice can be supported.
Venice can be supported because there's no fleet. Yeah,
And Tim's building, so he builds army. Tries to build 2 fleets. That's hilarious, Tim. If you only had 2 builds.
all right, spring of 1908. There's 2 whole game years of time for
Maybe.
this.
This is Tour Britain. It's guaranteed. Oh, there it is. There it is. Because
St.
the
Peter-
Norwegian bounced in Norway.
St. Petersburg can't be defended.
Because Christian and Darcy said, I don't care.
She can't lose anything.
That's over.
Yeah, and Helgoland went to Denmark, so they can't even put pressure on Holland. That's obviously,
She might get Belgium, right? I mean, yeah,
who knows.
there it is.
Good for Mike. I called solo first.
All right, that's it. 18 for Micah. Congratulations. A solo is something that is so rare that, especially amongst players who know what they're doing, and everyone on this board knows what they're doing. Even if it didn't necessarily look like that all of the time on this particular game. So congratulations, Micah, on that rare achievement for that solo, especially an Austrian solo. So, Ed, this is your game. How did Micah make this happen?
Well, first of all, let's not forget, Micah was down. When she had that army in Trieste and Romania, lost Romania, she's down to 4. Even though Romania was apparently agreed and not even in the optimal way, as Johnny pointed out. It's pretty like a lot of people would be down. The fortuitous thing there was France attacking Italy at the time. Italy moved into Trieste and Venice, which gave her space. And ultimately, she took advantage of the number 1 opportunity, which was Jason Gray holding some vengeance that he wanted enacted against Claire, who I don't think I've ever seen eliminated before, however many boards. Maybe she's been eliminated. I just haven't seen it. But that was super helpful because the Turkish builds and all the rest. And I can't really fault Tim here, okay, because Tim could not fight Micah. He could not, he wasn't going to take anything off of Micah. If the others in the West could not coordinate, Tim couldn't do anything. Tim's only play was to try and grow. The only way he could grow was West. So he's not to blame. The West is to blame.
Exactly.
And their inability to coordinate when it was an air, when it was an A, when it was whatever.
Yeah.
They never ever wanted to find a mutual interest of not dying. So they decided to all commit harikuri on the board. And that's why Micah soloed.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring Katie back on. Katie, you had lots of compliments in Dip Chat for Micah's play. What's the highlight for you for that game?
Oh, it's great. I have to admit, I wasn't watching most of the early part, but like nobody was stopping her. Like nobody even tried. Like I have I have one solo in an actual competitive game, and like I had one person working with me, and the rest people not. Like I don't think Micah had a single person working against her. That's amazing. It's like 100% like complete diplomatic win, and it's awesome. It's great. I think that the scoring system is dumb, and I will say that. I said it already in the chat. I'll say it on record on the video. I think it's dumb. But like that's what it is.
I got news for you. They're all dumb.
They're all dumb. I agree, Ed. But like I don't think that you should get, I don't know, I feel like if somebody's old, you shouldn't get points. But whatever. I don't really care that much. I think she did a great job. And that was awesome. It was really fun to watch the last like 2 turns of this game. It was like insane. It's great.
I don't know, Johnny, what did you think? You didn't get to pitch in here.
Yeah, I just echo what you said. I mean, solos in competitive diplomacy are rarely won through somebody's excellent play. If you're playing against competent players, generally speaking, go ahead.
Wait, what kind of play? Like tactical play or like diplomatic? Because those are different, right?
Both, right? I think solos. I mean, I think if you play a really, really, really good game of diplomacy, you should get a large top. A solo happens through like dysfunction amongst other players. It either happens when people are incompetent, which was not the case in this game. What was the case in this game is that other people decided not to try to stop you, right? And maybe that was in some level Micah's doing. I'm sure it was on many levels Micah's doing. It was an impeccably, perfectly played game. But these things happen when people get so angry at each other and so unable to see any kind of way that they can work with somebody else that they say, screw it. I don't care if somebody on the other side of this board solos. The only thing that matters to me is that you are not going to get any more goddamn centers, right? And that's how and I'm sure that's what happened here. The West was just a ridiculous dysfunctional mess, and they got what they deserved.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
No argument here.
I think that at the end of the day, you've got the game of diplomacy is oftentimes a game about the will of the rest of the board. And in this case, the board will was that Micah would solo. If they had not willed that, they would have had a different outcome because they had the capability to do so. They had the unit mix, they had the knowledge. And so a good player is able to capitalize on that. And well done to Micah for taking advantage of that scenario.
Totally.
All right, so let's pull up our final game for our feature league, the Tour of Britain, and go ahead and share that out. And for this game, we're going to be looking at Christian Brown, Aurora Admin, Tim Crosby, Justin Lohr, George Mork, Tom Garrity, and Darcy Morris. Katie, I'm going to give you lead for this one.
Am I commentating this one?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I've done 2 in a row. But
oh, yes,
if
you're
Ed's
right.
gone, I'll leave.
You are correct. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, let me put Ed back in, swap you out, go get your break. Okay, Ed, thank you for that. Sorry for host confusion on my part. Let's get to our game. Katie, take it away.
Okay, normal stuff from Tim and Aurora, and not Justin. Justin says, I'm not normal, I'm not boring, I will open to Tyrolia as Germany because that's fun. I do think that's fun. I think George opening to Piedmont is more fun, probably because I was just in the other game where Peter opened to Piedmont, but for Italy opening there makes a little more sense to me. I think it's... well, we'll see. He also opens to Turnian Sea. I assume it's going to go to Tunis, but we'll see what Italy's doing in this game. Christian has normal opens as Austria with the bounce with Tom in Russia in Galicia. And there's an Armenian fist bump between Turkey and Russia. Yeah, I think it's really just like that little central thing with Germany going to Tyrolia and Italy going to Piedmont. Everything
I
else.
don't like the move to Tyrrhenian. I'm fine with this Italian opening. Actually, in Gunboat, this is my preferred Italian opening, except Naples goes to Ionian here. Because if Austria does work it out with Turkey, which looks like maybe not given this fist bump issue, but if Austria does work it out with Turkey, Albania can go to Ionian here, which you don't see happen very often because Italy's always in the Ionian and Italy is presumably going to Tunis. But that's a devastating move if it happens.
I think that'd be really fun, actually. It'd be great. No, it doesn't happen. Okay.
But it could have.
It could have. It could have. It would have been open. Yeah, I mean, George said, who wants Tyrolia as your fifth center as Italy? That's boring. I want Marseille. And I think that's great. So Italy now has 2 builds with Marseille and Tunis. That's very fun. Tim gets Spain and Belgium. So he's still up 1. We'll probably get Marseille back next year. Especially because Aurora in England is going full on Western Tribble / anti-Russia with going to Barents and convoying to Norway. That's really brave, but I think she probably felt comfortable doing that because of the opening to Piedmont from Italy, right? I mean, like, Tim's got other problems. Like, what's he going to do? Go into Irish? Probably not. Justin, meanwhile, goes back to Munich. I have to say that's very anticlimactic and boring. Justin, you are boring now. Austria goes to Greece up 2. Tom in Russia supports himself to Rum and gets Sweden +2. Everything else is pretty standard. Darcy getting into Aegean already is pretty fun and indicates like the whole like going to Rum, but is very RT coded because it's basically saying like don't go to Black Sea. You'll have to get Rum. We'll still DMZ Black Sea and we can work together from here. So there's going to be RT cooperation from here, I think.
The key player here is Justin, because
No, the boring player.
Well, obviously, Aurora thinks it's a Western triple, and France now is sort of just by default having to fight Italy now because of Georgia's hilarious move. But Germany does not bounce Russia. It tells me Germany's not quite committed to a Western triple here, which sort of makes sense because giving Russia 2 builds in this situation isn't going to be good for England or Germany, unless Germany has other opponents. Well, Germany's just going to take Sweden, but lines up against France here with the move to Ruhr and Munich.
It's boring.
England going to Finland. Very trusting right now. And actually, Aurora has reasons to trust France, which is France has got a German-Italian attack that they have to deal with. I don't know if it's the right play, but it's not bad. And then the Austrian moves here. Turkey gets into Greece. That's significant when Turkey is in Greece with Russia grounding themselves in Sev. Katie's argument of an RT is really good. And see, Katie, I compliment you. And you're welcome. And it's really great in RT when your ally is stymied somewhere else. Actually, it's always great in Alliance when your ally is stymied somewhere else. And so Darcy, we don't say this very often, so we should savor it when it happens. Darcy looking good.
It's really good. You've already got rid of the Austrian fleet. Like, yeah, it's great.
In the fall, Aegean does not support Eastern to Ionian. Instead, attempts to support supports Greece, which wasn't attacked. But that would have been amazing if Darcy had been an Ionian. Aurora this time She unfortunately gets the army piffed in Finland. Doesn't take St. Petersburg. Germany does take Sweden, so there looks to be some degree of cooperation, and it comes from Denmark, which is really pro-England here, which is, I think, notable. That's looking good for Justin. Definitely got a friend in England, and definitely doing well, getting Belgium here. So +2. I think the question is, will we see a third fleet or not from Germany? That's what I'll be looking for. And
Well,
then France.
Germany supported Italy to Burgundy and took Belgium, which was probably not agreed. So I don't think Justin's on board with this Western Triple situation.
No, I'm not saying it's a Western Triple. He's attacking France.
Yeah. Which is weird, though, because like England is so not attacking France. So we'll see how far it goes.
Yeah, that Italian army is going to be, it's going to make this board state very interesting to watch. Bad news.
I feel like this position for England, right? Because like when your ally tells me and I'm England, you can get St. Petersburg. Like what else does Aurora have that is a potential dot for her other than St. Petersburg? And St. Peter, like I don't see it. So this is an advantage Justin Aurora big time.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're going to continue based on those adjustments. Katie, what do we see in 03?
Yeah, so Aurora is really going all in on Russia, which so is Germany a little bit, and also kind of maybe going towards France by going back into Burgundy. But Justin's comboing to Livonia and Aurora's comboing to Norway, which is kind of strange to me because it reads really like Aurora's trying to put an army into St. Petersburg. And I think if I were Aurora in this situation, I would want to just put the fleet in and just tell Tim, like, hey, I just want St. Petersburg, and then let's work together. Because where else are you going to grow? Like, you're relying on Justin to give you Moscow, maybe? Or, like, do a trade later where you get Sweden or Denmark in return for giving Justin Moscow. And it just doesn't feel great. But I don't know. I mean, what else is she really going to do? I mean, I would just put the fleet in St. Pete. That's what I would do. But, we'll see. Justin is kind of going against him. Maybe going against him, or maybe like not, because he's just attacking Italy, right, in Burgundy. Yeah, I don't know what Tim is doing, but at the same time, it's not like, Tim, what are you doing? It's like, I don't know what I would do if I were you. Like, this is kind of weird. You've got this Italian unit just going rogue. They're in Marseille, but presumably you'll take it back. Although maybe you can't. There's a lot of fleets around there. I don't know. I don't think it looks good for Tim. In the East, what we do have is Darcy just continuing to do great. Darcy's in Serbia.
No, he needed to take Ionian here. I know he's trying to play nice with Italy, but
yeah, but he can get Ionian now. It's only on 1, right?
Yeah, but he would be in Naples. He'd have a walk into Naples in the fall. Italy's growing. Why help Italy at all? Like, you're in a race against Germany. In my mind, Italy...
I agree, but you're also working with Russia, so like you do want to shore up. Like, if you and your ally are attacking somebody, if you are getting the dots that you're attacking, like that's good, because then your ally has to ask you for your own dots, right? Like, I feel like it is better to focus on the ones that you're attacking with Russia. I think you're right. Like, he could have just walked in. Eastern Med could have walked in instead of doing this fake move nonsense. But I don't know. I think it's good to have Serbia. Well, anyway, anyway, you get Ionia now, and then Russia's in Bulgaria, and Austria's in Trieste, and I guess Austria is just mad at Italy. Okay, fine, great. In the north, Aurora does put an army into St. Pete, which, yeah, I don't like, especially because now Justin's moving back to Denmark. It's not great, because England's now moved south against France, but then, like, I don't know, Germany's not really helping you. I guess he helped you take St. Pete, but, like, he's back in Denmark, and, I don't know, it's kind of icky. We'll see. It's not looking good for Tim. Tim's having a bad game.
It's looking really good for Justin here. And Darcy.
I think it's looking great for Darcy. I really like this Turkish position. Yeah.
what I like about this game is you don't really see in the modern meta this German turkey race anymore like you used to. So I like it. It's something new. Love the convoy to Naples, by the way, from Darcy,
It's
and
so
takes
good.
Romania. That's the end of the. I guess it's a blow up of the fleet, even because it's a spring move. But let's
He's
see
gonna
if-
walk out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's gonna walk out. He's not gonna walk into Seb. It's fine.
he's going to walk out, or he'll be in Romania and Seb.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know. But okay, so that's Darcy. Darcy looking good, getting everything he wants and more in the East. Now let's look at Justin. Playing it calm, not stabbing Aurora despite the supported move to Denmark. I think that's probably the right call, but that not helping. Not that it would have worked. Aurora into Moscow. So for all her troubles, for 3 years of fighting, all Aurora is going to get here is St. Petersburg with an army stranded super east. Aurora does take Mid-Atlantic, and it wouldn't have mattered, but got a favorable retreat from Tim to Western Med. So Tim can get a walk into Tunis, depending on Darcy, and I don't know why Darcy would care at that point. Tim loses Paris. I think whoever said Tim's not looking good, it doesn't look good for Tim, but it does still look good for Justin and Darcy, and kind of looks okay for Aurora, but that's dependent on the munificence of Justin, and that's not a bet that I would take.
So
I
I know we're trying to move quick, but this is an interesting turn for me. So I do want to pause for a minute.
We're not that far behind. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. You've bit off more than you could chew with this broadcast.
Ed, question for you. You were talking about the shift between the race between Turkey, Germany, not happy to see that. Can you talk about that a little bit more? What does that look like?
Well, Germany and Turkey are highly correlated in success. If they're, usually Turkey does well, if Germany does well, but we don't see that so much anymore because Turkey is really super contained in the modern meta. And we've seen lots of big Germanys before. So just to see, it does remind me of a game from 15 or 10 years ago. And you see stuff like this happen. And you see results like this in Gunboat when Turkey doesn't die right away.
And then Katie, this one's a hypothetical because I know you love those. If you were Darcy in this position, are you taking Sev and Rum, or are you moving out?
No. I'm sticking with Russia because Russia probably wants St. Pete back, and you can always be like, "Hey, I'll do whatever you want, so you can take your home center. I'll leave off of you." I don't think you need Russian centers right now. You can probably get Venice. You can probably Austria's moving away from you. You don't really have a problem. You don't need to stab Russia to get centers. I'm just outgrowing Russia if I'm Turkey.
I might take one. I might say something like, "I'll put you in Budapest or something." I mean, I'll put you in Trieste or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Russia's already in Vienna, so maybe you're hey, it's a trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not taking Seb. I'm not
I don't think I take Sev here.
Yeah.
Sev's doing God's work for you by holding off Germany and England.
Yeah.
I'm not Sev, but I mean, taking it away would only cause problems.
Yeah, got you. Yeah.
Or you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that, which is fine because then you're in Trieste. Who cares? You still have your build. You still have Naples. You're up 2, and you still have a friend. Who cares? That's fine. I think it's great because also, I think, I don't know if England thinks this right now, but I think England has Germany problems. So if I'm Turkey, I think this is great.
Ed, what else do we see on this one?
I think the Justin shift to the east is important. He's not stabbing Aurora, which is key, and he's not going to let Darcy get super big, and they can take Warsaw now. And I wonder if what Darcy builds in response to this. I think he's a build short, right? I think he really wants 2 armies in a fleet. I think he'll make it a fleet and an army. Oh, he doesn't get 2 builds, so it's even worse. But okay, but Russia gets the army. Okay.
Wait, why doesn't he get 2 builds? He just waived 1?
Yes.
Darcy! What? Okay, well, fine.
Yeah.
When you play, who do you like, Brian? I want to go back to the turn before Darcy waived.
Go for it. Let's see. Who do you like?
I want to be Darcy before he waived.
Okay.
The problem Darcy has right now by waiving is Darcy is in some ways trying to minimize his own threat. But what Darcy fails to appreciate is he's Turkey at 8. That's a threat no matter what. You can't hide it. So you have to play your hand. You have a good hand, play it. You should have built an army here. But he'll probably get away with it.
And he does, or at least for now. So what are we looking at, Katie?
We're looking at Darcy moving into Tyrrhenian Sea and Rome and Tyrolia. I don't know what I was talking about. He knows what he's doing. It's fine. Whatever.
Darcy's got control of it. Well, if he waived, but yeah.
He waived, and that kind of sucks, but who cares? Because he not only went into Turnian, he still backfilled Tyonian. Like, I don't know. He's great. He's going to get Tunis probably because nothing can stop him because there's nothing even in Leon. So he has... This is ridiculous. He has Rome. He has Tunis. He probably has Venice. If he's really sneaky and Russia's not paying attention, he probably has Budapest if he wants that stab, which why should he? Because he has the whole southern bed. I regret saying anything about it. This is really great. And meanwhile, Russia did lose Warsaw, like one of you two just said. I don't remember which one of you said it. One of you said, is that you, Brian, or it's Ed?
It is Ed.
Okay, so Russia does lose Warsaw, which just means that Darcy's ally has other problems. It's actually great. This is really nice.
Yeah, I still would have I'm looking at Justin's play here. I think Justin needed to be getting Brest.
But Justin is 3 above his ally. That's so hard. You're looking at the
but
board.
The problem is the East. All these armies are going to flood through soon.
Yeah, but if you're Justin, you can't be saying, "Hey, Aurora, I want to top this board. I have to beat the East," right?
Okay, maybe if you're Justin, you can't be saying that. But if you're Ed Sullivan, you're saying that. I'm like, look, you're not winning this game, and you're basically are living because of me. And now I've got to self-bounce in Munich and do other crap because I can't take Brest.
And lose Warsaw.
I can tell you that is exactly what it sounds like. Allied with Ed Sullivan.
That's funny. Okay, but can we just comment though? Like Russia takes back Warsaw, Turkey keeps Rome, takes Venice, doesn't get Tunis yet, but who cares? Tunis is on the table for whenever the heck Darcy wants it. This is beautiful. It's so great. This is what Turkish dreams are made of. It's really, really nice. And then in the East, we've got the EG still working together, taking Portugal, and then I don't know why George left Portugal. Why not? I don't know. And then backfilling. But it's just the stop Darcy train because Justin can't top this board, right? Like it would take a throw for Justin to top over Darcy, right?
Correct.
So
Justin can only grow through England, and he would implode his position in the East if he did that.
Right.
So time to start talking draw, and Darcy's question is how big does Darcy think they can get? Is that where we're at?
Yeah, at least Tunis. I don't know how much individual centers matter in this system.
I think it should try because I don't think Darcy's getting Munich. I don't think he's getting Moscow or St. Petersburg. I don't really think a solo is credible at this. But he's got but maybe this 11 center rule, which I barely have, recognition of, is something Darcy will consider.
It's basically lead based, where you get points based off what position you end, and then any centers that you get above 11, you get bonus points for those centers.
I don't think Darcy's soloing, but he can easily have more than 11. That's all I have to say.
Well, not with 2 fleet. I mean, he really I don't think he appreciates his need for armies right now. Okay, these fleets are not great. 1 fleet, fine, but I would have built 2 armies.
You're right. I will say, if Russia walks into Trieste, Darcy is over. It's done. Right. Because he could just keep moving. But it doesn't matter because he topped. So good job, Darcy. Right.
All right, so we get 10 center board top for Darcy Morris with the very impressive Turkish position. Little quibbles about some of the strategic decision making, but net result difficult to argue with. Katie, how did Darcy do it?
I don't know. He just had a good ally in Russia. Russia had other problems, and Darcy took advantage of that. I think he just, you know what? I don't know. I just sat through it, and I don't know. He just had no resistance.
Okay, he found a friend, and he had an Italian who was wed to his idea of going west like this, and so he was, and it didn't go horribly for Italy. I mean, George ends up in Marseille in Spain. He wasn't eliminated.
Yeah,
so he worked with his friends.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's bring Johnny in. And Johnny, were you able to catch any of that?
Yeah, great game from Darcy. I actually think he could have had a lot more. I mean, sometimes you have had enough fun and don't want to play anymore today, but I think Darcy was looking at 4 or 5 more if he had kept going.
Brian, are there 2 games left?
There are 2 games left.
Which means I'm going to say my goodbyes.
Ed, thank you. Have a great night.
Great broadcast, everybody.
Good night, Ed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
easy for him to say that he's going to take his time on his own games when he knows he's going to bed 2 games before the rest of us.
yeah, I guess I don't get another break. That's fine.
All right. Thank you. Well, with that, we will go ahead and transition over. Let me go ahead and pull that up. And just a quick recap to help set this up. We are going to go back to the Virtual Diplomacy League. And we just saw 5 games from the early rounds, and we've got 2 more to go. So this will be our second to last match day. So we'll have 1 more after this next month. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at what our standings look like after those 2 rounds have been played, but before our final 2. So this is where we stand entering these final 2 games as far as our league standings. So Claire Bradbury had a couple of very good games that we covered, moving from 7 up into 5. So now our top 7, Cody Miller, Christian Brown, Claire Bradbury, Patrick Jacobson, Jacob Gray, Jamal Picarli, and Justin Lohr. So we had some movement. Also, if you pay attention down at the bottom, Noah M moving up into the top 10. Darcy Morris still hanging on to 8. Zoe still knocking at the door. And then just for everyone else, because it's that time of year, we'll go ahead and take a look at 11 to 20. We won't read these out, but just keep an eye on players like, Bradley Grace, who is now sitting on 13. So with that, we're going to go to game 255. Let me go ahead and transition us over. And Johnny, go ahead and have you take the lead on this one.
Sure. So we have Michael, who we've seen already tonight, playing Austria. Noah M, whom I'm very excited to see back. I think Noah played the best single game of VDL we've seen tonight. Obviously not better than Micah's solo, but let's see what Noah can do in England. Darcy Morris, whom we know and love, playing France, just dominated that last game as Turkey. Aurora, whom we've seen very much of, playing Germany. McCallis, I don't know that name. Do you know that name, Katie?
It sounds like foreign. I don't know.
I've never heard of anybody by that name before. I would not pay attention to Italy on this board. I don't think Italy's going to do
Some
anything.
noob. Who cares?
I don't think he knows how to play Italy. I don't think he knows how to play anything. The Beast is back in Russia.
The Beast.
And in Turkey, we have Jaden playing from Washington D.C. I think you've got Zach Moore back typing in the
Washington.
shout out to Zach, I guess.
Yep. All right. And just take a quick look at our map. We can see how our players are arranged. And Johnny, why don't you take us away for Spring of 01?
All right. So here we see what we call a good decision from Michael in Austria. McCullough says, please let me in a Trieste. Michael says, no. I know about you. I've seen you play IT before. I am going to organize a DMZ in Galicia, and I'm going to bounce in Trieste. So I approve of this from Austria. I do not approve of this from the Beast quite so much, who I think thought he was going to get an Armenian fist bump, and Jaden said, thank you very much. So I think Jaden and McCallis maybe thought they were going to do an IT. I think Joshua maybe got bamboozled into thinking he was going to do an RT, but not so much. So much of interest. Sure, it was a range. Of course, it was a range. Much of interest in the East. In the West, we have a bounce in Burgundy. This is probably arranged. I hate to say that I am on the record as deeply against this as Germany. If you want to go to Burgundy, just go ahead and go there. I'm going to go to Ruhr. But it can be the start to a slow FG. It's happened before, so maybe it'll happen here. Yeah, it's looking FGE so far, right? There's a bounce in Belgium. Darcy picks up 2. Aurora picks up her 2. No bounce in Sweden. So this could be anything really still in the East, or in the West rather. And in the East, McCallis goes to Aegean instead of taking Tunis, and picks up Trieste, which looks arranged, but then Apulia goes to Venice, which, boy, if I'm Austria, I don't like that very much, do I? So I still think McCallis has IT in the back of his head. Michael, if you haven't been watching these streams, you are now on notice that if you're playing Austria and McCallis is playing Turkey, he has IT in the back of his head. Whether or not he's going to do it is a different question.
Yeah, but he went to Aegean, Johnny. That's what he promised, and it's obviously going to be all fine.
Yes, because Aegean does not border any.
No, Aegean is
Austrian
only at Turkey.
centers.
Aegean
right.
can't hurt Greece.
It cannot go to Greece.
Aegean is so pro Greece.
And Turkey is still doing IT things too. Turkey is still attacking Russia.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Winter, I don't know. I mean, we've got some England, France, potentially conflict builds. Everyone builds a fleet. Like Aurora building a fleet is good too.
Turkey.
Like, oh yeah, Turkey doesn't build a fleet. You know what? It doesn't seem very IT to me. I'm just kidding. It is. Okay, I think it's definitely IT, right? I don't know. We'll see. Spring 02. Okay, great. So Russia takes Romania with a fleet, which is very good for Turkey. But it's not like a diplomatic thing in the sense that it's usually good for Turkey, right? Because Turkey's already attacking Russia. So
why is taking Romania with a fleet good for Turkey? It's good for Austria. I think it's kind of bad for Turkey.
No, it is. I misspoke. I retract everything I said. You're 100% right. Okay, moving on. Russia also gets Norway. And England is fighting Germany too. So I think there's some deals in the north, which is great. If I'm Russia and Turkey's fighting me off of the bat, then I'm definitely looking for an ally in the north. I think this is really smart play from Joshua. find your English friend and then just fight Germany together. But you don't have to overcommit too much. You're just using your northern units in it. Meanwhile, there's a balance in the English Channel, and there's a balance in Burgundy, but it's like a one-on-one. It's very arranged, I think, between Germany and France, and Darcy's moving up to MAO, so we'll see. McAuliffe moves to Ionian. We'll probably either take Tunis. We'll probably take Tunis in the fall, or we'll just take Greece because Aegean does actually border Greece, as we discussed last turn.
You got that guy right there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there's a convoy to Denmark, which is fun in theory because you're taking Denmark, but it's not fun to have an army in Denmark, and I'll just say that for everybody, so it's not fun. It might sound fun, but it's not.
I think ER versus FG is cool though. You don't see a lot of ER versus FG, but
it is cool. It's fun.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, Katie, can you believe it? Look what happened.
Wait.
Look what happened.
Wait.
I can't believe it.
Wait, I didn't think Aegean boarded Greece though. You couldn't do it. Brian, is the software messed up? Like, is there a problem? What's the arrow?
I have to go tell Brandon to fix that.
Okay. All right. So
Michael, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is kind of. We're not trying to. Well, I don't know. It does seem rude of us, and I'm sorry if it's rude. But it is an IT. The only saving grace for Austria is that it's a fleet in Greece, which is like not the best thing, but it's kind of a moot point at this point because there's already a Turkish army in Serbia. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. There's armies in Bulgaria and Serbia and Trieste and Tyrolia. I think we're going to be saying goodbye to Austria pretty shortly. That's what I got in the East. In the West, we have Darcy into Irish, which is fun in theory, although we'll probably get bounced out in the spring from Liverpool. And yeah, I think it's still just FG versus ER.
So from a things to watch out for to make this a learning opportunity for everyone, what is it about this setup? Because we often see an AI where you've got a fleet in Aegean and we don't react the way that we did. What was it about this situation that made, besides the fact that it's McAuliffe who loves the IT, I know that's the number one reason, but were there any other signs here that someone could look out for to say, hey, maybe that's not the right time for that amount of trust?
Brian, you just asked us what was the big sign to know it was an IT, but please ignore the huge glaring neon sign that says McAuliffe Comorites.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but yes, but he also did move the army back up to Venice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly, but like if you're in an AI and there's an Italian army in Trieste, like you don't need an Italian army in Venice. That's only like defensive or maybe like, I don't know, defensive or offensive or whatever. Like that's that one.
The thing even more than that, because it turned out that Venice didn't even really do a lot, right? It's going up to Tyrolia here now, was the fact that Turkey kept doing every single thing that Turkey would do in an IT.
Smart.
Right? And if you're playing, if you're noticing that someone else on another side of the board is doing exactly what they would be doing if your ally was whispering to them what your ally wanted them to do, you have to sort of sit back and wonder, like, am I the one being played here? And I think here with the army build, the attack on Seb, the attack on Rum, you had that one turn where McAuliffe could have guaranteed slipping down in the Eastern Med and Greece could have guaranteed slipping into the Aegean, and instead they did a 3 versus 3 bounce, which could easily have been arranged, right? I just think you need to be thinking, like, why is Turkey making these moves? Why does this make sense from the Turkish perspective? Oh, it only makes sense if you really think Italy's going to stab me. Maybe they are.
Yeah, like Turkey's attacking Russia, but is not building a fleet, so it's not attacking Italy, so it's not working with me, Austria. That's a good point,
exactly.
Tony. Very good. Yeah.
Awesome. Definitely like to sprinkle in the occasional nugget of actual education along with our entertainment. And as always, we're very grateful to our players to give us these situations for us to talk about. All right, winter of 1902. We'll get back on it. Take a look at those adjustments. We got a strong statement from Joshua Crowther with the Fleet St. Pete South Coast. Usually only one direction that one can go. But we'll find out as we go into spring of 03. Johnny.
I love it. It's the exact right build. If you're doing ER, then Fleet South Coast, baby. We're going to Baltic. I think Denmark is arranged. I don't think this is a stab on England. If I'm England, I don't really want to give Denmark to Sweden, but maybe they're going to do a pass through. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, Darcy is making progress. So this FG is going a lot better for Darcy than it is for Aurora, which makes sense in an ER, right? ER is going to attack Germany. There's not a lot they can do against France. And meanwhile, in the east, it is IT. So McCallus is picking up Vienna. Still not in Tunis. Who needs it? Not McCallus. And Jaden has a beautiful convoy that I know you will love, Katie, right across the Black Sea, right into Sebastopol.
Great work.
IT,
Beautiful.
it's a great alliance.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Oh, you do need Tunis.
Yeah, so that's 2 and 2 for the IT. I mean, it's 03 and you're both picking up 2. Like, that is exactly what you're looking for, right? We say goodbye to Michael. I'm sorry, Michael. It wasn't really anything you did, to be honest. McCallus just loves to do this. And
Yeah.
that's what happens.
Yeah, maybe don't draw Austria when McCallus or Karthik is in. Well, actually, Karthik didn't IT, but he messed up. So
Yeah, right. And what do we see in the north? So Noah is losing 2 here, so that's really sad. I was really pulling for Noah. Down Denmark.
ooh,
Is too
it's a
bad.
misorder, probably, right? Like York probably misordered.
No, it was a guess. York supported
Oh
Liverpool.
yeah,
It was a valid guess. I mean,
Yeah, it
it
was.
was a 50-50. The
Mhm.
question is, why give Russia Denmark? I guess you just don't care, and like Russia is your friend, and and Russia is getting crunched in the south, and you want to prop them up. I guess that's what's happening here. It's good for Russia, right? I mean, Russia I think is even on the year and still has a whole bunch of units. So aha.
All right, Spring 01. We've got a lot of stuff happening in the east. Let's see. So it looks like McCall's is stabbing. Okay, McCall's is stabbing. He's going to Serbia, supporting Russia into Budapest, supporting Russia into Bulgaria, going to Ionian. So the IT is over. Turkey gets Romania, but loses Sev, and because they also lose Bulgaria and Serbia and Budapest. Okay, so it's actually a wintergreen. It was never an IT. We're all dumb, I guess.
No, it definitely was. It definitely was an
It
IT.
was an IT for 2 years, and now it's a wintergreen.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's just like a lot of Italian units moving. Well, there's a lot of Italian movement units helping Russia, and I'm curious to see how many of them will sort of stay Russian. Maybe all of them. Who knows? Russia might need 3 builds. Maybe they just need that. I don't know. And then in the west, we have a convoy from Belgium to Wales, where Germany backfills Belgium, which is kind of nice because I'm pretty sure France will get Liverpool and they'll each get one, and I guess Darcy will stay even. Yeah, I think that just the headline is just there's no IT, Italy stabbed Turkey, don't trust McCallus. That's it.
Yeah, it's tough when you Turkey and you only have 1 fleet on the board and it's in Black Sea, right? I mean, that's like it's just so easy for Italy. It's so easy. I know Italy hates when you build fleets as Turkey in an IT, but like maybe you just want to have one sitting there in con, or
Yeah.
something, just
You
just
have-
so that.
It's
Go ahead.
I think you're right, Johnny. I think this is a shout out to turkeys in an IT. You have to build another fleet to take Black Sea. Like, just do it, and
Yep.
Italy can get over it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the same as for Germany and England. Even if you're doing a really good EG, you really, really need that fleet just to keep yourself from becoming more attractive and easier than whatever's next for that alliance.
Yeah, you have to have a second fleet to get Sweden. Exactly. Like you need your second fleet and you should build it early so that there's an excuse. Then you have it. Yeah. Okay, in the fall we have Macaulay keeps Serbia, gets Budapest, moves to Aegean. Turkey loses Serbia and Budapest and doesn't keep Rum or Bulgaria. It's bad for Turkey. I think Turkey's on 4 now. That nonsense in Western Med is obviously arranged. Don't even look at it. It's not important. France takes Liverpool as expected and also takes North, which is actually a very good position for France. Germany has Belgium, which I think is arranged this year. And I think it'll be really interesting to see what Darcy does next. Because going to North is, you have the excuse of, I'm getting Eddie, but also could be a setup to sort of move against Germany, which is what I expect here, but we will see.
The problem is that because Russia is in Denmark, you actually need France to go to North Sea to get Denmark back.
The problem for Darcy?
For Aurora.
The problem for Aurora, right.
The brilliant, wonderful happenstance for Darcy.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Another fleet south coast for Joshua for the Beast.
In for a penny, in for a pound, baby. We're doing it.
do
We're
it.
going to Baltic. Go to Disneyland. Yeah, so Aurora does get Denmark back with the help of the North Sea. This is becoming a really one-sided FG. I think it's just a consequence of the way that England and Russia chose to try to defend. It made it so that Aurora was just never going to have much of a shot and Darcy was going to get really big. It's not really Aurora's fault. And then in the east, the decision to go for Warsaw, well, actually, she's probably going to get it, which is interesting because Ukraine goes down to Rum. Galicia is very unlikely to support hold Warsaw. So I think Aurora might have gotten really lucky here. I think this was a really aggressive decision that was likely to not work out, but I do think it may work here, which is great for Germany. Germany needs the build. Never mind.
Oh, Livonia. Oh,
Yeah.
you got to tap Livonia.
You got to tap Livonia. Yep.
Yeah, you got to tap Livonia.
But good tactics by our friend the Beast. And meanwhile, Darcy just in Munich too.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
It's brutal.
It's brutal. But it's really good for Darcy. Darcy's picking up 3. It's yeah. I mean, I think Aurora just didn't have a lot of choices. I don't really think this was Aurora's fault. There was just not that much you could do. But yeah, it's amazing for Darcy. It's a race now between Darcy and McAuliffe, right? How many does McAuliffe pick up in the east there? 2. We say goodbye to Jaden. Thanks for playing. We say goodbye to Noah. Thanks for playing. And I think it's a 2-horse race with a strong Russia that's not totally out of it. So it's going to be a cool endgame.
Yeah, I feel like it's very much like France and Italy are not going to fight each other. They're not going to waste their time. They're trying to outgrow each other. They're going to have to go through Russia, and like, who is Russia going to choose to focus against?
Yeah, I agree. I think you should build fleet army sev here, and you should just say like.
This could be an organic 11-11-11-1.
I don't know what that means, but I don't think that exists.
Well,
it's possible.
They're so balanced against each other that if they all say, "Hey, all right, we're just going to get to 11, and if anybody breaks, the other 2 will gang up on each other." Like this is the kind of board state that can make that happen.
Yeah, we'll see.
You're right, Brian. Okay, is this me? So we have a lot of wintergreen stuff still happening. Well, I think Joshua definitely thinks he's doing wintergreen stuff. I don't think McAuliffe is quite as committed. Yeah, Vienna goes to Bohemia, but like, I don't know. That's not convincing to me. Khan can now fall, and
Wow.
yeah.
Katie,
Okay.
did you watch the EDC top board?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, I'm gonna spoil it for you. Is that okay?
Okay. Well, I know who wins, so
Great.
yeah.
Okay. So the position is virtually identical. Tanya is playing Italy. McCallus is playing Russia. It's late game. They have a lot of armies facing each other. Tanya successfully convinces McCallus playing Russia to do, I think, the identical moves. I'm not joking. I think the identical moves and just like walk everything north and away and up while Tanya keeps kind of stuff around in the Balkans and Serbia and Budapest. And then Tanya totally stabbed McCallus and won.
So
So
what
I
we're
think
saying
McCallus
is,
is doing exactly the thing that just happened to him like 2 weeks ago.
so McCall's is
Really
like,
cool.
this will work.
Yeah.
Let me do this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
He started
I mean,
the game. It's like, hey, Beast, did you see the EDC top board? No? Awesome.
Great.
let's
Okay, great.
go.
I got a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it is very much. I'm not even going to think about what is there or what's not, but I know that there are multiple centers there for Italy in this position. And then you've got Russia still moving west. So I think it's like that question of like, do you stop now or do you just continue to like wait and let Russia keep moving away? But I don't know. I think McCallus is a lot less afraid than I am. So he probably just steps.
So always appreciate hearing from our
The
players.
beast.
So this is a part of the game we don't get to see. So this is always really helpful for us to get context about what's going on at this stage of the game. So, all right, Fall of 06, Katie.
Wow.
Yeah, so just chill, I guess. You don't need to rush. You don't need to stab Russia. I guess he's moving things away from you anyway. Sort of, maybe. I mean, you are Italy and Ver, so like, oh, okay.
Yep.
I do love a convoy across the Black Sea, but what is even more fun, potentially, maybe right now, is the convoy into Marseille. That's very cool. It's the fall. That is super fun. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Darcy. I don't mean to like talk down on you. I wouldn't have seen it coming either, but there's no way Darcy saw that coming. That is very fun. I really like it.
It's a move of the night. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's super cool. So Italy does, McCallus does pick up Marseille and otherwise, and Ruhr. So like, why do you need to stab Russia? You don't. Yeah, I don't know. Otherwise, it's just there's also convoy into Norway from Eddie, also by Darcy, and then Russia takes Denmark and Baltic. I don't know. It's all cool, I guess, but like the convoy is probably the highlight.
Well, DBN Diplomat of the Year, McCallus Camarides.
This is great.
For the chops with 12 center lead. We've got 11.
Can you put his
Wait, yeah, you should
comment
put
on the
that
screen?
there.
It's really good.
Yeah. Actually, we arranged bounces in Piedmont and a supporting bounce in Westerved. And then with 2 minutes ago, Darcy was like, you aren't going to submit to Marseille here, are you?
McCallus said,
Which is really funny because I have been on both sides of that. Like, you have to be really careful when you are sort of on your back foot. Like, I have definitely done that where people have told me afterwards, like, I didn't even see it until you said that. And you think like that's not true. This person is really clever. They know what they're doing. But I've also been in positions where I have like made a stab or something. And they're like, well, I know you can now take this center from me and you can do this. And I was like, oh, you're right. I can. Don't say that. It's bad.
Also, that goes for like those times when you're like, hey, you're not going to stab me here, are you? And like, as you've been game long alliance partners and like, oh no, we're good. Like that is the time they're totally going to stab you. There was even a study, I can't remember where it was. This is an older article, but there was an academic study where someone was like analyzing patterns of lies, and the single biggest indicator of if someone was going to get stabbed or not was whenever they went to their partner and said, hey, you're not going to stab me, right? You like, this is a perfect example of that, and that's something I constantly struggle with. So we'll encourage everybody, don't say it.
Yeah, keep it to yourself. Yeah, it's hard, but yeah.
All right, this game is exciting. We are moving into the end, and boy, is it the end. Wow.
It's the end.
All right, Johnny, this one's yours.
Yeah, I mean, I think Joshua made the right move to disband Heligoland. Had Joshua disbanded something in the East, I think it's off to the races for Italy, and Italy is starting to think about 18. This was the right move, the right call. Josh knew the situation, knew that this was as good as it was going to get, and he needed to do the thing that was going to end the game, and that's what he did. Because from here, Italy's growth is not super substantial. It was well played by McCallus. He stabbed his Austrian partner impeccably at just the right time. He stabbed his Turkish partner impeccably at just the right time. He didn't need to stab his Russian partner because he had the upper hand, and things were going incredibly well for him in the West. And then by the time he was sitting here on 12, everybody else said, I don't think I can beat you, so take it. And he said, can do.
My only comment to that is I don't think he ever had an Austrian partner, but yes.
I think Austria thought he did.
I think you're right. Yeah.
All right, well, let's do one more. This will be our final game of the night as we go to VDL 266. And Katie will give you the call for this one. Introduce our players.
Right, Austria, we have Michael, not
Again?
sure. Again, England, we have Noah. France, we have Darcy, our fan favorite. In Germany, we have Aurora, our broadcasting favorite.
Just the same game.
Yes.
Yep, we're gonna just.
I was like, boy, these names sound really familiar.
They sound so familiar.
Okay, let's try that again. We'll pretend like I clicked the right button there. Here we go.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so smooth. All right.
Woo, okay.
56. Here we go.
All right, we have in Austria Christian Brown, known player here on DBN. England, we have L, who we saw recently in Turkey, had a really nice game despite all odds. France, we have Liam Bennett, my personal, I won't say favorite, but like low-key favorite, rooting for Liam. England, we have Charlie, who we saw earlier on the broadcast, and it's otherwise, I think, fairly unknown. I think they're a new player. Italy is Ben Kelman again, who we already saw play Italy. And I'm sure Ben is just hoping that Liam doesn't just put an army into Piedmont in a 1 because I don't think that was
on his knees praying.
Yeah, I don't think that was fun for Ben early on. Russia, we have Bennik, who again we have seen early on the stream, and Turkey. We have he's German, but I'm gonna say his name is Stefan from Berlin.
All right. So pull up our map here. Spring 1901, Katie.
Okay, in the West, we finally have a completely normal nothing burger happening in the West. Everything is normal. I don't even want to spend any more time on it. Actually, I don't think I want to spend any time at all on this game. There's a bounce on Black Sea, a bounce in Galicia. Italy moves up to Tyrolia, but like nothing is that interesting. I think we can go to the fall.
St. Peter, Finland.
And we've got a...
Yeah, the St. Peter, Finland is kind of weird, but it's probably just going to Sweden anyway.
And we get the Sundstrom in Turkey.
And then
Okay.
never mind.
Okay, so I guess St. Peter, Finland does matter because Germany does bounce them out of Sweden. I think Germany has other problems because France supported England into Belgium. Now we all know that army might go there to die. But for now, I think Charlie has other problems. They're working against a potential EF, and also Italy did move to Munich, so they had to bounce them out of Munich, which I will say is surprisingly bold for Ben. So if that was unagreed and Ben was just like, I'm going to take a stab at Munich, then I will just say, like, good for you, Ben. Shoot your shot. In the East, we have Russia supporting themselves to Romania, but otherwise Turkey is moving away from Russia, so I think that's RT noise. And yeah, RT versus AI is what it looks like early on.
Yeah, but covering up Smyrna so that you can't build a fleet there is kind of Either it's
Yeah.
a mistake or it's a mistake, you know?
You're right. That's a good point.
France loves armies. That's your boy.
Oh
Katie. You're
no,
gonna have to,
Liam!
you're
No,
gonna
no,
have to
no,
answer for that.
Liam! No, Liam! Liam, that's bad. Okay, we'll talk later.
Yeah, so it is EF. It's all EF all day, all night, and tomorrow.
And forever, because what is France going to do about it? Nothing, because they didn't build any fleets.
Yeah,
All right.
it's a great situation for L. I mean,
Yeah.
you are looking at some Russian and German cooperation, which is not ideal, but they played really suboptimally in 1901, so you have a lot of time. They don't have a great position, and you can stab Liam anytime. Go ahead and pick up Holland, pick up Denmark, and then stab Liam later. He's not gonna be able to do anything about it. He doesn't have any fleets.
Need a little fleet.
So great for England. If I'm England, I'm over the moon. And in the East, it's AI is beating RT.
Yep.
So when AI plays optimally and RT plays suboptimally, as
Ooh.
happens here,
Yeah.
yeah, AI is gonna win.
I think that's maybe what happens when you get bounced out of Sweden, but then you, for some reason, send your army north. Like, it's a little risky. Like, you do have a friend in Germany, but now you're sort of on the back foot in the south. So
Yeah, I mean, it might turn into an AIR, but no, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just AI versus RT. Surprisingly, Russia walks to Norway here and gets in. Russia's building 2. I really don't know how England didn't see this coming, right? I mean,
I don't
what else
know.
did Moscow move to St. Pete
No,
to
wait,
do?
Elle, don't convoy to Denmark. You don't want an army in Denmark. It doesn't matter. It does. The build doesn't matter. I promise. I promise the build doesn't matter. You don't want the army there.
Yeah, I really agree, and I think you have to protect Norway here. So yeah, I mean that's too bad. The GR is looking a lot better than they were in the last turn. There's no progress in the middle because it turns out that even if France has 17 armies, they can only go through Ruhr one at a time.
Yeah, that's why you don't need. That's why you don't need 2 armies.
Well, that's not so good. Ben says, I have severe trauma from Piedmont, and no matter what you do, Liam Bennett, I swear to God, you won't be moving there. So Ben arranges a bounce in Piedmont. Yeah, it looks good for Christian Brown. It's the first game tonight where Christian Brown has really been in control.
Yeah, it's a good Austrian position. Okay. Speaking of O3, we have continued England and Russian cooperation in the north, but it's not getting very far. Pretty stalemated, as I think.
Russian and German.
What?
Russian and German cooperation. You said English and Russian.
Yeah, I did say that. That's what I said. That's not what I meant.
And that's okay.
Once again.
You're welcome.
There's basically not a lot of movement in the north, and I do think this attack, Liam going for Belgium, it's with support from Picardy, but then I assume was hoping for support from Ruhr maybe, but Ruhr is supporting Belgium. So Liam, don't just randomly stab your ally. Just don't do it. Okay, just don't.
And if you're going to, at least go to now so you can walk into Liverpool.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get me wrong. Don't do this. But if you're going to.
Yeah. Don't do it like this. Do it a different way. A better way. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It just doesn't. It's almost like Liam was immediately thinking like, okay, I can't make any progress against Germany, which is true, probably. But then like a bad stab on your ally is like not the answer, you know, like
right.
Try to think a little bit further. And I think that comes off as a little rude, and I'm sorry, and I'm happy to talk with you later about it. Okay, sorry. In the east, we have an attempted convoy into Greece, which would have been very cool, but it didn't work. And it's a lot happening. I think Bulgaria and Rum just like bounced themselves.
It's a brace, yeah.
A brace, yeah. Like nothing happened. It's AI versus RT, and nothing else happened, and we can move on, I think. Okay, in the fall, it's basically the same, except it's not the same at all because because Ben does convoy into Greece, so that's that's definitely a stab. And then also Russia gets into Galicia. So so Ben is going to be up another build and on 5, and there might be like a jump on Christian. I will say I have played with Christian before. I don't like Ben's prospects from here because I think Christian will sort of completely focus on the person who stabbed him. And if that's the case, then it's not looking good for Ben. But if he can take over this, it's a nice position because it's good to be right in Greece with an army. Like you have options from there.
I don't like Ben's position, but not for the same reason.
What is your reason?
Look what happened in Piedmont. It's over.
But Piedmont doesn't matter.
No, but Katie, if France gets into Piedmont, it's over.
You're right. It's over for Ben. Flashbacks. That's a good point. I will say at least he's still in Venice. He can't lose anything now because Oti's in Trieste, but it's not good in general.
Could be
That's a good
worse.
point. It could be worse, but it's not great. Now, on the other hand, Liam does take Belgium now with support from Germany. So maybe last year or last season, France was gonna work with Germany, and Germany was testing it out, and now Germany saw it and actually supported it, which would be good for Liam, especially because now they're moving into Irish. They can take Liverpool next year. Nothing can stop that. But I will say, if last spring they had also moved to Irish, they could already have Liverpool and they could have 2 builds, and that might have been better.
And Elle's getting a build from Denmark.
Yeah,
so
Elle's getting
Elle
a
gets to put one down.
Yeah, so you put an army down and then you don't get Liverpool after all. Or yeah, because I think Elle blows up Belgium. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a day late and $1 short from Liam for sure.
Yeah.
So RG are going to continue to work together to put Germany back into Denmark. That's really too bad for Elle. I think Elle was really hoping that there was going to be some kind of breakup in the RG. From this position, her prospects are not looking great, although she'll be able to defend a lot better with that army in Liverpool. Liam moves back to Marseille, so maybe things are going to be okay for Ben after all. And exactly as my intrepid co-host predicted, Christian says, "Screw you, Ben Kalman, not for one moment, not for one instant." And it's all going to go to RT. And I think this was a pretty predictable outcome. I mean, the RT position is kind of ugly, I will say, with the Fleet Bulgaria East Coast. So that's something to be grateful for if you're
It's
Ben.
actually wild. It's actually a really interesting choice, right? Because you don't have to choose that. Black Sea can also support you to Bulgaria South Coast.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is really interesting to me. It suggests that maybe Ben and Stefan have a plan of some kind, because otherwise I just fail to understand what the purpose would be. And maybe that is what's going to get Ben out of this, is that some kind of late breaking IT is going to happen. It's possible.
Yeah, and he's got a fleet in Adriatic. I mean, it's not the end of the world. And, Piedmont moved back. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely looking better for RT.
Yep. Okay, that's another way that it can go, which is... Okay, this is really, really strange. So Romania supports Greece into Serbia, while
Great.
Greece supported Serbia into Romania.
No, Greece went to Serbia.
Sorry, Bulgaria, the Turkish unit, supported the Austrian unit into the Russian unit.
Wow.
So Turkey was trying to stab Russia by using the Austrians, but instead the Austrians fall to a joint Russian and Italian attack at the same time as the Russians put the Austrians into Munich. So I unfortunately, Brian, I cannot provide you with any kind of explanation for these moves, because none exists. It's just ridiculous and great. And the person that it's good for is Liam, I think.
And Ben, honestly, you have an army now in Serbia. You're pretty short up.
And Ben too, yeah. And Elle defends well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And To be clear, just in case anybody's wondering, there is always a reason. We don't always know what it is. Doesn't need necessarily mean we think it's a good reason. Doesn't mean it's a bad reason. We don't always know, but there is always a reason. And in this case, it just did not work out for Christian and Bennick. I am curious to see where Bennick in particular goes from here. There is still a lot of play potentially for a winter green. Christian, I think, is going to have an uphill battle to try and turn anything from this. But if their motivation is punishing Ben, there may still be some opportunities for play there. All right, winner of 04. Looks like Stefan is putting down a fleet, which typically is going to be I would read that as anti-Russian, especially with the fleet in Bulgaria East Coast.
I agree.
Yeah. So, yep. That's what you do. This is an IT. So Turkey takes Black Sea and follows up to Bulgaria. Italy takes Trieste, and so has armies in Trieste and Serbia. There's a Turkish army in Bulgaria, and Russia does take Budapest from Galicia. At the same time, Austria is supporting France into Ruhr, and Austria is saying, "Hey, Liam, I can help you. Like, move around me. That's all fine." And it might be fine. Although I will say Liam moving to English Channel and MAO, I don't know where he's going from there. It sounds like he sort of made a deal with Elle and was like, you can be my sort of janissary or something. But like, if that's the case, I will just say, like, to what end? Like what do you want Elle to janissary for you for? Like, who is your next target? And then you can't have a janissary where they're the only one fighting, right? Because like I'm assuming France is still fighting Germany, but then like you're moving to MAO. I don't know. Maybe we'll see something happen next year.
I like it. I think you're getting the jump on Ben before Ben gets really powered up and builds a bunch of fleet and comes at you. I think
you think they just drop into Western Med now?
Okay, well, I don't like that.
Okay.
If he had gone to Western Med and Piedmont, I would have liked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he did open up Marseille. But why are you back in Okay, Liam, hold on. Okay, Liam. What is Brest? Why did you move to Brest? Like, what was the rationale for that? I don't think it makes any sense. When you're watching this, just think about it. Think about if that was a good move or not. And if it was a good move, that's fine. I'm not telling you it was a bad move. I just want you to think about it. Okay.
Kitty, you'd be a great teacher.
You did get Munich, which is awesome. Like, you're getting a build. It's pretty cool. You're not moving totally against Italy, which is good because you still have play in the north. But you're not really like making moves to be successful in the north. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to take more things in the north. So I just question this turn from France. In the east, we've got Turkey moving up to Armenia, and otherwise, like, people kept what they got last season, I think. I don't know, Johnny. Is anything interesting happening in the east?
No.
IT. Yeah. Okay, cool.
IT where Russia is like just really doing well, which is not ideal in the IT, but props to Russia.
Yeah, it's like IT versus AR when AR is actually just all R. So you have one person writing all the orders.
Yeah, yes.
All right, winner of 1905. Quick setup for the next half of the game. We've got a Russian 8 centers. We've got a tie for second with 7 centers for Italy and for France. Everyone else has got a pretty good gap, and so I think those are probably our 3 main players unless something unexpected happens. Spring of 1906, what are we looking at, Johnny?
There's time for Turkey to top this board.
Not if you put a fleet in Sev, though. Sorry.
I think it's an RT play, maybe. Right? Pop the fleet in Sev. You're going to take it, but you're going to take it with a fleet. So no need to worry. I'm not going to come after you. Meanwhile, Enk shifts to Khan so that it can move out to the Aegean. I think it's viable. You told them make sure you support hold rum. I don't hate that, right? Because I think what you were banking on there as Turkey is that you were going to get the promised Italian and French war, which seems kind of off. So that's not so good if you're Turkey, because those Italian fleets are either going to go toward France or they're going to go towards you. Liam changes his mind again in the north, decides, just kidding, I actually do want to attack L. Elle finally gets her convoy to Denmark, though, so
It's not good.
has
It's
that
not good.
consolation.
It's not good. It's not
No,
good. It's not good.
That's not good. Denmark.
You don't want. I'm sorry, but you don't want your army in Denmark, and you also don't want your army not in York.
Right.
That's all.
Because after Liam made those moves, right? Like, what was he gonna do? He was supposed to go south, but he didn't. So he's not just gonna sit there. He's gonna go north. So it's gonna be good for Liam. He's gonna get some builds. I don't know what the future relationship between Liam and Ben is like. I think that's gonna be the story of the whole board. And
Liam, what? Okay.
Go ahead.
No, it's your turn. I'm sorry.
Liam picks up Liverpool, arranges a bounce in Western Med. Picardy is really odd. I think Liam is playing very slow. I think this is still agreed with L, right? I think L is Janissarying, and Liam is trying to like half stab, quarter stab, kind of stab, but also not stab hard enough where L gets pissed off and turns around. So if it works for him, it works, right? It's working here. He's picking up a build. L is picking up 2, so L is gonna build. Yeah, L's gonna build, right?
No. What's the second?
so.
Just Norway.
Norway and Denmark.
Oh, yeah, that's not good, Liam.
So
that's not good.
ideal.
That's not good. You don't want your Janissary building.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah.
And it is an RT in the south, as predicted. Turkey turns on Italy, not super effectively because Trieste walks into Budapest here, which is not really what you were hoping for. But Turkey's going to build a fleet in Smyrna, and RT does have the tactical advantage in the Balkans ultimately with the armies. And I think you're just hoping that you and France are going to crunch the Italian fleets between you. I like this play as Italy and Russia, or Turkey and Russia. Sorry, I think this is good.
Yeah, Christian Brown could be a difference maker in what happens in the Balkans too. That one army in Vienna, that'll be fun to watch.
Totally.
Winter of 1906, get a couple fleets from the Witches, army in Marseille, spring of 07, Katie.
I don't know what that fake order is. I'm not going to think about it anymore. We've got England taking Sweden and also St. Pete. So, okay, Liam, you're about to no longer have a Janissary. You're about to have an ally,
That's
which
right.
is great. Having an ally is always good. It's always good to have an ally. But it is different than having a Janissary because you cannot take Eddie or London.
Yeah.
Elle is going to build 2. I don't think. Well, maybe. No. Elle can keep Denmark. Elle will be building 2. And there's no more English Janissary. There's now an EF as long as that's what Elle wants to do. And we'll see, because I actually don't know what Elle does from here except take back Liverpool. This is not great for you, Liam, I don't think. Okay. In the east, we have Russia, who has just lost Sweden and St. Pete, does walk into Budapest and Sevastopol. I think Seb is agreed. Yeah, because they're also supporting Aegean into Greece. And Turkey is sort of moving away from Russia, which all makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Russia picking up. I guess Russia picks up Budapest and Sevastopol and loses St. Pete in Sweden, and it's like kind of a wash. It's not that bad because it's a fleet in Sevastopol, so like it's not that bad for Russia.
Oh, but Warsaw.
Oh, yeah, Warsaw is French now. That's cool. And so is Hell. Okay, so Liam also gets Helgoland or Holland. Yeah. Holland and Warsaw. So that's exciting.
Pretty good.
It is good. I will say you still don't have a Janissary. You still have an ally, which is fine. And that's the situation you have. But I do think that if this game continues, England has to go sort of south at you. Russia picks up, what's that, Vienna? which is fun. Although that's goodbye to Christian Brown. I don't know what's going on. I guess Italy replaces Trieste with an army. Okay. And then Turkey gets Greece. Okay. I don't know. That's still just RT.
It's a classic Leviathan for our alliance structure here.
Yeah, this is how I prefer to run my EFs every time.
Well,
All right, so we've got the EF putting down more builds, a couple disbands for in the east. Push on to spring of 08. Is there anybody is it time to start talking draw at this point?
well, hold on. How long does this game go? It's 1910?
Well, this is we're back to VDL, so it's time limited. Most games will be 1910. It can go to 11 or 9 depending on how fast they go. But 10 is typical.
I don't know. I think L. Well,
I think this game could draw here. I think if it doesn't, it will be because L wants second place, and I think she can and will have it if the game continues. That's how I would put it.
I think she can get at least second.
You think she can beat Liam?
I don't know. What's
Ooh,
Liam?
maybe with those moves?
Yeah, like what's
Ooh,
he doing?
maybe.
Like, I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
Yeah. So Liam finally moves into the Mediterranean. That's been a really long time coming, and it coincides with Turkey stabbing Russia.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of movement in this East in this game. I think this is a good play from Turkey. I think you're gonna get a couple. I mean, the tactics are a little bit awkward, right? But in the long run, you're just sort of smushing Russia between yourself and France. So this is a reasonable way to play this. I wonder if Turkey had known that France was going to come into the Med, whether they would have made a different decision, but we'll see what happens there. Not that much movement in the north. The French, it's very Napoleonic, these French moves, right? They move, they go take Warsaw, then they're up into Livonia. Are we overstretched now? Is it becoming winter?
Oh.
Because you're going to lose Liverpool, definitely.
Yeah.
Right? At least. So, yeah, I kind of agree with Katie. I think L can top this board. That's the start. She's back in North Sea. She's taking Liverpool. She's going to build again. She can build a fleet in London.
She's holding Kiel.
She's holding Kiel. Liam's not taking anything, right? He's in Galicia. That's fun. That's cool, but it's not a center. So yeah, I actually think, depending on how long this game goes, L will top this board. And in the East, Stefan gets dislodged out of Romania, but that's okay because he can retreat right into Serbia, and take Sev. So the stab works out for Turkey. Turkey's up 2. It's actually still not quite too late for Turkey to top either.
Yeah, Turkey could do it.
It's not too late. And as somebody, McCallus, pointed out in the chat, Marseille's looking a little undefended here from Piedmont. I don't know. That's a bit of a problem.
Yes.
So yeah, pretty exciting.
Oh, whoa. Okay, yay, Liam. Okay, let me reassess. Yay, Liam. However, this was tenuous.
It was tenuous.
Katie, walk us through it.
I mean, I really think like Ella had a lot of momentum here, and I think that Johnny's right that like Turkey really had a shot too, because Turkey's like units are not really set up in a great way right now. It doesn't look like, but you know, with Liam going into Italy, like that gives Turkey opportunities, and I don't know. I think that like eventually Turkey could have the play on Romania and maybe even Budapest, especially if they end up working with France. Like it's just a situation where France's lead is tenuous at best, I would say. Like there's 3 units protecting Warsaw. Like I don't know, 3 years away from France's home centers. Like it's really sketchy. So props to Liam for topping this board and for making it so that the game doesn't continue. And if that's because time ran out, then Liam played the clock well.
Totally.
Yeah, I got Manus saying slow play kept the board from turning on him. Johnny, how about you? What's the story for you?
Props to L. Love a comeback. Love a comeback. L was a Janissary. We thought L was out. And we don't know if that was a timeout or if she decided that she'd been playing for, 7 hours or however freaking long those things take and that she was done. Fair enough. But a great showing, a great game. Resilient, played a bad position well and turned it into if that was time unlimited, I don't think anybody disagrees that England is coming away with the top. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Liam. That was a pretty dominant French position to that point in the game. So well played. And it was a draw, Michael confirmed. So, all right. So congratulations, everybody. And let's see what impact that had on our standings. So coming in, we've already seen some shakeups from the earlier games. 7 Virtual Diplomacy League games played today. Very impressive. Our players know what time of year it is. Those chances are running out. So when all the dust settled from all of that action, this is our top 7. Justin Lohr, Jamal Blakarli, Jason Gray, Patrick Jacobson, Claire Bradbury, Christian Brown, and Michalis Kamaridis slipping in at number 7. Cody Miller, Darcy Morris, Noah M. rounding out your top 10. Johnny, what did we see tonight?
These guys, Justin Lohr, Jason Gray, these guys thought that they were going to be able to play a VDL top board without Michalis Kamaridis. They were dreaming when they woke up on Friday morning that for once in the history of the VDL, they were going to get to play a top board without Michalis Kamaridis. But Michalis said,
"No,
not on my watch, baby." So that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, so there's one more game or one more match day. Could be quite a few games if it goes anything like this. Taking a look at rounding out our top 20, Ben Kelman, Zoe Cameron, Liam Bennett, Joshua Crowther, Bradley Grace, I think Tuck Batoli's David Seymour, Mike Blom, Michael, Karsten, and Jaden. As always, these are preliminary. We will have to go back and double check all of these before we post the official ones, but it'll be close. And congratulations to all of our players. One last chance, one day more for this season's Virtual Diplomacy League regular season. After that, we will have our top 7 finalized, and our championship game will be played in January. So with that, I'm going to pull up. I know I have not done a good job of updating our schedule. We need to definitely get that updated. But let's take a quick look at some upcoming events, and we'll let people...
Virtual Diplomacy Championship. January 9th and 10th and 11th. I am running it. It's going to be by far the most pleasant, lovely, wonderful experience you've ever had in your entire life. And if anyone is watching and is not signed up, then you are my enemy. You can find the sign-up form on any of the Discords, or you can ping me or whatever you need to do. But you shall be there.
Johnny, I will get this uploaded, I promise, tomorrow. So we'll have the VDC link on the schedule page. And so, yeah, one more chance for VDL. And then we've got a couple championships coming up. We've got the Snake Pit coming up. Tour of Britain got rescheduled to the end of this month. So there's a couple more games for the Tour of Britain. And BlazeCon, if you're in North America, that'll be a new tournament in Baltimore. And then the big one, WDC World DipCon Convention in May in Athens, Greece. So look forward to seeing many of you there. Katie, Johnny, thank you so much. This was I always love doing broadcasts with y'all, and this was a fun one. Ed, you as well. Thank you, and most of all, thank you to our players for allowing us to cover their games, and to everyone in Dip Chat. Lots of fun chat tonight. Really, really appreciate seeing that. If you like the broadcast, remember to give it a thumbs up, post in the comments, subscribe to the channel if you're not. All of this does help boost the algorithm, helps people find the game of diplomacy, get connected into the hobby. And I'll do one final plug, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational coming up at the end of February. So we're starting to gear up our planning for that. And that is always some of the best high quality games that I've ever seen in my life have been on the DBNI. So if you're interested in playing, make sure you're blocking out those time slots. And if you are for everyone else, like me especially, definitely enjoy watching it.
Some of the best games, but also some of the worst, Brian.
Yeah,
If you're playing, it's some of the worst.
it's hard.
But if you're watching, it's great.
It is.
I also want to take this opportunity to say nothing is confirmed, but I recommend that folks block out their weekend in mid-July, like the second weekend, July 10th-ish. Just start not making plans for that weekend.
All right.
You'll hear more.
I'm intrigued. Okay, well, thank you all. I hope you have a great night. And let's see, Katie, Johnny, which of y'all wants to sign us out?
Do it.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Stay safe and stab well.
Night, everybody.